Wellness Company. And Dr. Drew, you have something very exciting to talk about today, the medical emergency kit. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is exciting. Look, I have been fighting to try to protect the patient-physician relationship my entire career, and we have lost. I finally decided I need to be involved with people that put the power back in the patient directly. These emergency kits give you everything you need so you don't have to spend $1,200 going to the emergency room. And we have a significant medical team, the medical board at TWC, and we just sat down and put together what we would want for our family, for our patients.
Oh my gosh, so anything that anyone could need is in this
and there's
kit.
a guidebook here to tell you exactly how to use it, and again, telehealth backup.
It's remarkable. It's innovative. Everyone needs to get one. UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports to get $50 off your kit. That's UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos over there. Look at him.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, Jackie.
Hey, Doug. How are you?
Wow, look at this.
Well, you're all happy with the Mizzou win, I guess. And the Cardinals taking 2 out of 3.
That's it. You
That's
nailed
what's
it.
got you perked up?
Yeah, both of those things.
Okay,
Got me really fired up.
I can see why.
Really fired up.
He's really here's what Jackson's really happy. Can we do behind the scenes, Martin? Because I know you like logistics, but this is behind the scenes. This is a little different. About 30 seconds ago in the pre-show meeting, after we were wrapping up after 90 minutes, I said, the Colonel was texting me as I was driving to Columbia. That's Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton at 9 o'clock on your Stiefel dossier. He goes, I've got a bunch of St. Louis people in my mentions mad as hell because I didn't know who Matthew Tkachuk was. And he goes, I'm paraphrasing the text. There are people in St. Louis who don't necessarily understand the pecking order of the NHL in sports outside of St. Louis. Jackson, what would you like to say about that?
Yeah. You know, I feel like I've been in lockstep with the Colonel a lot in my life. He's my North Star.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
That's a little strong.
And after learning about that anecdote that Tim just shared, that didn't change in the slightest.
Wow.
Even if so, it's even stronger.
I was going to condemn it and say we can't have him on the program anymore.
Cancel him.
I mean, if I get a vote, I would vote nay on that.
The guy's an all-star talent in a major professional sport.
Two-time Stanley Cup winner.
I'm well aware of who he is, you know?
He's from the MCC.
Damn straight. Mm-hmm. Damn straight. Trying to think of our current Mount Rushmore of MCC. So Tkachuk, Tatum.
A lot of Shamanat in there.
Probably both Tkachuks.
Both Tkachuks, yeah. So we got three.
Oh, gentlemen,
Current athletes. Beal, yeah. You could Brady Cook.
Matty
Welcome to the
Vierling.
Jets.
It's all shaman out all the time.
Yeah.
Matt Vierling's a nice little MLB run here.
Tim's still active, so I go there. Rounds it out.
Wow.
Did you say Tim? Is that what you just said?
He's active.
Double strike. Wow. Nice
Well,
double strike, too. Like
to the
flush.
point that there are other sports out there. Brian Bartow, friend of the show, Cardinals long
Loves
time.
Detroit sports.
Walking into the Cardinal clubhouse yesterday, final home game of the regular season, and Bartow says to me, hey, tell Jackson we're ready for some NBA updates. How about that?
The Pistons are good.
I think he's grooming you
The
for
East
some
is
Pistons
open.
talk.
The East is open.
Jackson is already having a huge show.
Yeah, it's a big Monday. It's going to be a big week.
It is. It's going to be a massive week.
All politics are local, Tim. Everybody cares about what they care about. That's sort of a blend of what producer Joe said famously. But I was on the high school beat Friday, humble brag, and I was at the Webster game for a little bit, Doug, and one of the Webster coaches came over during the game and said, hey, Martin, keep an eye on all that propaganda from Vaughn on Kirkwood, okay?
Doug Vaughn, propaganda, pioneer propaganda.
He just said if you could, just balance it out a little bit with some Webster talk. So
Kirkwood
Doug
absolutely wipes the floor with Webster in football. Have you seen the scores in
There's
recent
a
years?
proud history over there, the statesman. I'm not here to let Doug slander Webster football.
In the pre-show meeting, Doug wanted to lead with Kirkwood football.
I did. Mm-hmm. But we didn't. I took a step back.
Yeah, we decided to rank the top athletes from the Metro Catholic Conference. You can get involved on the program. Mondays are for the phone lines. They always have been. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Then you have the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Jackson, I glance at it, even though I've been doing a show here now since 2020. Was it 2022 the balloon party started, Doug?
I think so, yeah.
Doug knows the years.
He does, see. And it's just a Columbus Blue Jackets feed. But I guess that's from last night's festivities, Martin.
It's
CBJ.
probably the Blues feed was the Columbus feed.
Last night, that's correct.
We took it on the chin, fellas.
Yeah. Would you call it 0-2-1?
I had sex and now Dad is dead.
Yeah.
How was that? I was trying to fix the monitor up there, and I accidentally leaned on the mouse of the
And
drop.
it automatically went to a great drop.
Of the drop machine, and I thought we were being invaded.
The texters are going to suggest that you just lean on that permanently.
It's fine.
That's the only way we'll get the drops.
So when Jackson clears out the Blues website,
Yes.
drops are played.
That's correct. That's the way that it's going to work. There will not be 500 texts about that. 314-399-9646. Starting a week from today, Jackson, if I'm not mistaken. Will we be? No, I guess a week and a couple days. You'll be back in the mode of updating people's names in the text inbox if they don't have one when October 1st rolls around. 314-399-9646. Then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 126 friends already gathered in there. Let's see. The most recent post I see is Steve Gottshagen's teleprompter, Martin, and he says Bielma was better before the Ozempic. They're blaming the Indiana debacle on Ozempic.
Is he on Ozempic?
I didn't know that.
He's still a really big guy.
I was watching the post game, and it didn't strike me that he was thin. But hey, God bless, whatever blows people's hair back.
Yeah, I would not have suspected that, and maybe it's just a joke.
I think it is.
Buh.
Were you leaning on the mouse again, or was that that was an intentional
That was a
strike?
purposeful drop. Okay.
And then you can also, of course, email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, fall time is here. That's what I was thinking when I was...
Fall time is here.
Even last evening, I was thinking to myself, I don't know,
feels like it.
6 o'clock, and I'm like, that there's some moisture in the air, leaves on the ground, and it's getting dark early. Fall time is here. Good time to work with Seth Goldcamp and get ready for the colder temperatures. DesignAirService.com is how you can do that. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA and the sponsor of our email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Although I will tell you this weekend, the forecast is absolutely choice. I, of course, will be in Las Vegas with the draperies drawn, sitting in darkness with a bottle of scotch and watching, dialed in for Missouri and UMass.
Okay.
But I'll start early because, Martin, it'll be 9 o'clock Pacific time when Illinois takes on Fight On in Champaign. Ryder Cup. Hotty Toddy against LSU, Penn State against Oregon, and Georgia taking on Alabama. And around these parts, we want Alabama to beat Georgia. We want Alabama to beat Vanderbilt. And then Alabama's ranked, like number 6 when they come to Columbia and take on the undefeated Missouri Tigers for what would be the pony of all ponies, except the SEC banged them real nice, like with that 11 o'clock. Real nice, like with that 11 o'clock kickoff time. But either way, get Alabama to, what would it be, 6-1, 5-1, with a win over Georgia and Diego Pavia, and going up against the undefeated Missouri Tigers, because, Doug, you're already counting the win Saturday against the Minutemen.
Well, the Minutemen are winless, and I see Mizzou's a 43.5-point favorite. So hopefully we can squeak by in that one.
And you said UMass lost to a team called Bryant?
We don't seem to know where Bryant is.
I already forgot. We looked
Rhode
it
Island.
up.
We looked it up.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
We did look it up.
Mm-hmm. And they lost to them. They took a whooping.
They did.
Your final 27-26, so they battled, each team getting a field goal in the fourth quarter. Fun.
Yeah.
I
realized segment 7-2 is called Sorry, Shane, and that's dedicated to Mizzou. And a lot of it says, see audio sheet below. We got plenty.
Yeah, I was texting Jackson and Chairman Kurt audio. I don't even know. It might have started Saturday night. It just was relentless. They probably had a sidebar chat complaining about all of the text. That's what I would think. But you know what? My middle name is Show Prep.
Oh, it is.
I thought it was Michael.
I love
that's Irish.
Cutting audio after a great college football Saturday.
Really?
Love it.
Dude.
I think you're being serious. I'm going to fool. I think he has pocket queens.
I drove from Columbia Sunday morning straight here.
To come here to edit
serious?
audio?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, what a commitment to
You
this
get
guy.
plenty of time,
guy.
get comfortable, listen to the SV pod on the way home, just all college football
Isn't it just
talk.
the greatest?
It's great.
You got the Colonel's Pod. I drove from Columbia home, Colonel's Pod. And my wife goes, God, that drive flew by. And I go, thanks, Colonel. Thanks, Colonel.
Thank you, Colonel.
Even though the Matthew Tkachuk thing has me, my blood is boiling over that. And then I went SVP Pod.
Yeah.
That's
it's
it.
great.
You came straight here. You might be the rock star of the quarter here at Hubbard.
No, get out of here.
That good parking spot.
It's better to do it than try to rush in the morning.
I get you.
And you
Kinda
get plenty of
knock it
time.
out.
You get to put a little cup of coffee.
All right, what's your favorite audio after all this audio cut? You got millions
Wow.
and millions and millions of clips, and I sent millions and millions of texts to you and Chairman Kurt.
Oh, man.
Dealer's choice. Usually Doug gets to do Sadie Hawkins on Monday morning. This is your day.
So this could be any college coach.
Anything,
It could
Martin.
be Mizzou-centric, but this is Papers Picks.
Man.
Pick one that you cut since you drove all the way back here after the game.
Then I'm going to play one of the compilation of Gabe's voicemails.
Wow. Did he get sniped again? People are now tweeting at me with clips of Gabe being TMA'd.
I'm going to. It's a 3-cut.
Doug, it's a 3
what
cut.
is that?
They call that an audio supercut?
Yeah, it's 3 of the voicemails that got left for Gabe, and they really make me laugh.
All right.
I'm sure it'll get better.
What a win. Take that shirt off.
Clothes are on, guys, but appreciate the call.
I like to imagine Gabe dressed up as the purple Teletubby.
As what?
The purple Teletubby.
Okay, let's keep going.
Gabe, that was a tremendous game. I've never off as hard as I've.
All right, we're done.
Goodness.
Colonel's done.
Shut her down right then. End of podcast.
Jeez. I think we're making it worse. These people
Doug,
are
usually
now.
the show makes things better.
No,
so this is
we've
kind of off the
destroyed-
brand.
It's one thing to destroy our own show, but now we're destroying others.
I like when Gabe says, "We're done. We're done."
Yeah, even the super chats now, where our listeners are paying Gabe's at a point where he doesn't read them all. It used to be if you wanted to get read on his Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, whatever the hell he calls it, you pay. Like you could pay, I don't know what it is, $5, $10.
It's like $10.
And he would read it. And now it's at a point where, yeah, but I'll tell you what, he had 1,200 people watching it. They had never gotten to 1,000 before.
I heard him say that. My favorite line
I feel like we should get a little commission check on that.
My favorite line was, "We don't need the super chats, but we like them. You know, we do this for you guys." He's like, "But also YouTube pays us, and we have sponsors."
It's the Colonel. He's an honesty in media as well, which is why he tweeted out he didn't know who Matthew Tkachuk was, and it didn't go well the rest of the morning for him. Doug, Jackson got to pick the audio. You get to pick the lead. It's a Sadie Hawkins unlike any other here on 101 ESPN.
Well, it's Mizzou, I think, with that win, staying undefeated, beating a good team from South Carolina. Mizzou is the lead, I believe.
All right.
I almost texted you guys during the game. I was watching it, humble brag. I was working Saturday night.
Oh, that's awesome. Great exposure.
It actually, I got to say, it wasn't the worst because all these games were on. Just sitting at my desk watching all the games. I almost texted all of you guys and said, this is coming down to a kick. I just felt and I thought, I just can't do that to you guys. You're there, you're in the building, you're having fun. You're already thinking it. Were you thinking that during the game, that it'll come down to Meyer maybe making a kick to win it?
Yes, because I was having a conversation with the people around me at Faroe Field about it. And
Dougie talks to people.
To people you don't know?
No.
Wow.
This is a private suite.
Oh, this is your security guys.
This is a private suite.
That makes more sense.
Thank you. Yeah, right away. It was after the extra point, went Jackson just shook his head. Now he's in a bad place. Went ricocheting off the upright in the first quarter. It certainly was a talking point. I think the way that it actually played out, I don't know. I'm talking about specifically, Doug, do you call him Robbie Boots? That's what they were calling him on the Colonel's
I don't mind it.
Post-game show, Robbie Boots?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's in a spot with a kick that wins the game, but they don't, quote, need him to make because they're up 26-20 when he goes out there for the 40-yarder. And they certainly win the game if he makes it, barring a miracle. But if he misses it, it doesn't necessarily cost them the game. And, I mean, he hit that thing absolutely perfectly. So the thought process being so much of this is mental, because I think if he goes out there and it's just Faroe Field and nobody's around on a Thursday afternoon, he probably hits 10 out of 10. To do it in that position with it being valuable and then getting the support he got from his teammates following the game, that could wind up being critical going forward, because that kick absolutely matters. So much so, Jackson's guy Shane Beamer actually cited it in his opening statement, because they knew that was one of their biggest weaknesses. I don't know if that audio's in there. I apologize. It's kind of in the middle of Beamer's. It is in there? Okay.
The whole thing is,
yeah. Okay, there you go.
Is it one of Paper's picks?
Paper's picks.
Anytime Shane Beamer's complained about the loss, I love it.
Congrats to Missouri. They did what they needed to do to win the football game. Proud of our guys and the way they came in here and competed. We expected to win this football game. Disappointed that we didn't. Just told them in the locker room, when you get outrushed 285 to -9, you're not going to win. When you are in the red zone like we were and went backwards, it's going to be hard to win. When you have, once again, 14 penalties, it's going to be hard to win. When you have opportunities to make plays and we don't get it done, it's going to be hard to win. And having said all that, we had the lead going into the fourth quarter, and we weren't able to finish. I thought our defense did a good job of stopping them and getting the ball back for us. Credit that kicker. I know he's their backup kicker after the starter got hurt. We disappointed to give up an explosive run on first down when they got in plus territory, but then we stopped them on 3 plays, forced the field goal. Credit that guy coming in as a backup kicker and making that. But not enough good to win the game, but got the lead going into the fourth quarter, and we weren't able to finish, which is disappointing.
Listen to the play in the trenches. Wow. What that tells me is he was thinking, which is fine, I don't blame him. He was thinking once they stopped him fourth down, even though they were going to have no timeouts to go back down the field, that they were going to be down by 6. Now, he didn't know that, but I think that's what the fact that he's kind of focusing on that there is that he expected him to miss it. And so the fact that, Doug, you call him Robbie Boots?
I do now.
Robbie Boots gave Missouri the 9-point lead. Ideally, that begins to give him some confidence for when Missouri will need him down the stretch, because there's not a doubt in my mind he can kick field goals. It's all about the mental, and to do that in that situation, very significant. Not the focal point of the game, but that was one of the things that I take away from it.
It was the perfect scenario. It wasn't game on the line, down by 1, 50-yarder, whatever.
You can win it.
For sure. I mean, it was the perfect scenario. Like, if he misses it, you're sweating it with Sellers coming back, and there's no doubt. If he misses it, it could lead to a loss. But it was the perfect scenario where it wasn't quite the pressure cooker. I'm sure he felt plenty of pressure, but it wasn't exactly game on the line. Now, you guys wouldn't have been watching the TV broadcast.
No.
But Dave Pasch and Dusty Dvorak were speculating, okay, who's going to come out and kick? And they said that Drinkwitz told them if it's, I think it was 40 or beyond, and I don't know if it's Oliver Robbins or Ryder Goodwin. These are the other kickers.
Ryder Goodwin's the transfer from
maybe it was Oliver Robbins, but they were mentioning another name and saying he'd be coming out here, and then they go, oh, it's actually Robert Meyer. They were confused.
Rarely do you get insight when you're not watching the television broadcast and you're just sitting there, but where our seats were, we were fairly close to the net where kickers stay warm and or get loose. And I was going to text Gabe, because I'm certain he wasn't paying attention to it. Meyer was not the one kicking into the net in the second half. And I'm like, oh, my God, they're already pulling the plug after the missed extra point. But he did go out there and he made the kick, and God bless him, because that was the first time I exhaled. I have been to 4 games here in the last year: Vanderbilt, Auburn, Kansas, and now South Carolina. And I'm certain that Missouri was losing, and I think in the fourth quarter, in all of them. And yet they won all of them. That's incredibly significant as far as a comfort level. You talk about a comfort level for a kicker, but a comfort level for a team to be in some of these battles. And I wasn't at Oklahoma, which was a hell of a comeback last year as well.
Well, that should give Robbie Boots some confidence that he can get the job done when game's on the line. I was optimistic going in that he would be okay and serviceable and better, because there's just so many kickers out there that can get the job done usually, and he just kind of melted down the first couple of kicks that he made, including that extra point. But maybe this one, in a big moment like that, will give him some confidence, and now he'll be okay the rest of the way.
Another ESPN narrative that it doesn't matter, but it's interesting. On the pregame, as they're tossing it out to Furrow Field, they talked about Bo Perbula. Even though he didn't win the job, they kept saying,
wow, Warson Woods Wacko.
It was a big night for the Warson Woods Wacko on ESPN, because Matthew Berry said, and Bo Perbula took over as the starter. He was the backup because Sam Horn won the job. And then during the game, Dave Pasch, they also referenced how Sam Horn won the job. And I don't know if Drinkwitz is telling these guys this in production meetings, because we've never heard that anywhere.
Well, we have, and the worst one's Wacko.
Yes, I'm sorry. Only one outlet. I wish ESPN would have quoted their source on that. It doesn't matter, but they kept saying it during the broadcast, how Perbula got the job because Horn was injured. And I don't know that that's been said anywhere unless Drinkwitz told him that.
It was an odd thing to say because as far as we knew, it was just neck and neck the whole way.
Right.
And every time Prabula's been on the field, he's looked great.
Yeah, and I get big picture, doesn't matter, but that's the first time I've heard that stated. And they did it multiple times from different people at ESPN. All of that said, it's lining up. It's exactly what you wanted. 5-0. I'll give you the UMass win. I'm going to go ahead and give you the UMass
43.5 point spread.
Okay, so you're 5-0 going into Bama. That was always the game plan. I'm going to give you the Mississippi State win, meaning you Mizzou guys. I'm going to give you the Arkansas win, okay? I know you never know for sure.
Yeah.
Okay?
Vanderbilt's no gimme anymore.
Okay, but now, there you go, Doug. Out of these 5, you got to go to Oklahoma, got to go to Vandy, got to go to Auburn, and then you got A&M and Bama at home. Those 5, 3-2?
I think you'd probably take that if you go 3-2.
Well, and then if you're operating on Martin's premise, then that likely gets you into the college football playoff.
I'm saying, can you do it?
But this is a weird spot after observing the situation on Saturday night. I don't recall, and Doug, your memory would go back further, and maybe it would be more over the time of the running game.
But I've had head injuries.
So maybe you're going to withdraw from it, but maybe some listeners, I don't know, that can remember some Missouri teams maybe in the 70s. I don't recall, especially in 2025, with the game being more of an air attack, the kind of ground game that just takes over a football game that Missouri has had. Now, they had some great backfields. You got to kind of be really into Missouri football to remember the Brock Olivo, Devin West, and then Ernest Blackwell, Eureka product, and played in the NFL. They were all on the same roster. I mean, that's a hell of a backfield. But to me, it struck me in listening to Drinkwitz postgame comments, but just obviously I'm just sitting there with no broadcast in my ears, that it was a conscious choice starting after halftime that they cannot stop our running game and we are just going to run it down their throats. And that's how we're going to win the game, mostly with Ahmad Hardy, who is now getting national attention. You get a Saturday night game on ESPN, and you have that kind of performance. Not that he ran up Louisiana-like totals, but the style of runs that he had, the touchdown in the south end zone in particular, but there were multiple of those. When you have that kind of combination, also Prabula's in there, along with the two backs, that's a different style of Missouri football that I can recall, and then they're able to execute it that way to the point that, if I'm not mistaken, Kevin Coleman only had 4 targets. Now, Speedy Keese had 7 catches, which ties a career high. Marquise Johnson. Prabula had a bad interception, missed Speedy Keese on what could have been a game-ending 3rd down conversion, and that was just a bad throw. But because they're able to run the football the manner with which they are, it really changes the dynamic, and they were able to run it at will against South Carolina. It was the game plan in the second half, and I believe it's clearly the reason why they won that football game.
Yeah, Hardy is a fun guy to watch. He's listed at 5'10", 206. Seems to run like a bigger guy than that. He's got these big, thick thighs that guys are bouncing off of. They can't seem to wrap him up because he's got such powerful legs. And he is a fun guy to watch. I was thinking of great running backs they had in the past. James Wilder was very good. Going way back, Johnny Rowland was terrific. But I don't know that I've seen anybody come right out of the block like Hardy has his first few games.
Yesterday was the first time I've seen people talking, like, seriously, not just like Mizzou fans, about nationally talking about a Heisman. I mean, again, we're talking about it's September 22nd as we're talking, and Missouri is going to face a lot better talent. But what he's doing, I don't recall seeing, especially with the tandem that they have going, along with then it exposes teams. One of the best plays they ran on Saturday was the naked bootleg with Prabula, and Coleman almost broke off on that reverse. One great tackle, tip of the cap to South Carolina, because otherwise I think he goes into the end zone.
Yeah, he was the only guy there. He's the only defender on the whole side of the field.
In the fourth quarter.
That naked boot, I think, is the best development Kirby Moore's had. He ran with Brady Cook, runs it with Prabula.
I love that play.
It's the most effective play they run. and it only works because they pound the rock so much.
Don't say pound the rock.
Oh, pound the rock.
You lost me there. I don't know what you're talking
when
about.
they run the ball so much.
Tote the pig. Please say tote the pig.
When they tote the pig like they do, you have to honor that. And you don't get a break when Jamal Roberts comes in from Hardy. He can bounce right off you, too.
And I think one of the most important things, I was talking with a bunch of people, outside the stadium, BS and tailgating, and plenty of which are gamblers, as you might imagine, in my circle. And we're all like, I don't know, because of the situation with the left tackle. You're talking about a substantial caliber of talent not being available when Missouri lost Green. That's a big deal. And Javen Richardson comes in there and did a hell of a job. In addition to that, the running backs, who are so damn good at running the football, also did a hell of a job in pass blocking. So that was a substantial development that Missouri got that kind of play out of Javen Richardson. I know most people have zero interest in talking about an offensive line, but that was a significant development with him being out. And he's going to be out at least for the UMass game. We'll see on the Alabama game. Eli Drinkwitz, following the game, talked about it was an injury that took place on Wednesday. He actually did the walkthrough on Thursday, but it was still bothering him, so they got an MRI. Didn't get into what the specific injury is, but it is on his left foot.
Well, if you got somebody banged up a little bit, I can't imagine you're going to play him at UMass.
Well, the question is, do they play him against Alabama?
Yeah.
Because essentially they have 2 byes, UMass bye week, then Roll Tide.
I love the text. Without Hardy, Mizzou's 2-2. Okay, fine. He's on the team. I'm pretty sure.
It's like,
Couldn't you say that
without
about
Aaron Judge, the Yankees aren't the same. Well, that's true. That's a great point. By the way, Harrison's brother, Master, was not happy with me talking about the Sam Horn situation. He said, stop bringing it up. I'm quoting ESPN. He said Horn was nowhere close to winning the job. Stop it. I'm like, I didn't say anything other than ESPN kept bringing it up. Jesus.
Does anybody
Pay attention.
Does anybody really know, other than Drinkwitz and the coaching staff, who is going to win the job?
It just makes you wonder.
What's Wacko and Harrison's brother, Master?
I don't know.
It makes you wonder if Drinkwitz told them something, and it just kind of came out during the course of the broadcast.
And it's not the first ESPN broadcast that's brought that up. I think it's kind of been a constant theme throughout this the first 4 games.
Harrison's brother, Master. Why do you do this stuff, Martin? I'm sorry. Do what? Quote the broadcasters from the game. They also said late in the game that Dusty Dvorak was saying, Drinkwitz told us he's not real comfortable with his kicking game, and which those conversations, some of it is supposed to be not for air. And I just wondered if they were getting some stuff, too, that they weren't supposed to repeat, although that wouldn't be real, upsetting if he said the kicking game's not real strong right now. Nobody'd be surprised.
They were scrambling in the booth there for a while. Did you hear that one break early in the game where they didn't know they were on the air? They thought they were in a commercial break. And one of them were saying, I got no headset. It's horrible up here. And then we went to the commercial.
I missed that. My favorite headset moment yesterday, Fox postgame. They go to the Tom Brady because he makes $37.5 million, has to do the postgame as well. Much like Gabe, he's got to stick around and take some questions. And they're just talking about the league and the games. And Gronkowski goes, hey, Tom, it's Rob Gronkowski here in the studio. And he goes, yeah, I know who it is. They're like best friends. They played together for like 10 years. And he says, hey, Tom, Rob Gronkowski goes, yeah, I know who you are.
You're welcome to get involved, just like Harrison's brother Master has, at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you are welcome also to talk it over. And they are not happy in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Lex Luthor, who I believe Riot's dad paid tribute to in an email last week for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, is arguing and taking the Colonel's side on the Matthew Tkachuk tweet. And so they're not happy that Lex Luthor is talking up the NBA and the NFL as opposed to supporting the NHL. Doug, and that's got him a little. He says hip huggers, what does that mean? Hip huggers, NHL fans think their league is as popular as the NBA, when in reality the NBA has at least 30 guys more famous than Tkachuk. That's what's going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with Lex Luthor, and Jackson's now becoming a Lex Luthor lemming.
Take the over on 30.
It's just all about where your interests lie.
Yeah. Well, keep pounding the stone, brother.
What does that mean?
Keep toting the pig.
He told you, Doug.
Keep toting
You
the
got
pig.
told. Keep pounding the
Are you
stone.
saying that Doug is holding rights?
No, Doug's not holding rights.
What does keep pounding the stone mean?
I was telling Lex Luthor.
Oh, Lex Luthor.
Yeah, keep pounding the stone.
Got it. So you're in an alliance with Lex Luthor.
He should just know that I'm with him.
Well, that sounds like an alliance.
That'll make you feel good.
It's kind of a backroom kind of deal. Like, I won't publicly support you, but just know I got you. Me and my team.
Lex Luthor and Jackson, new alliance. I'm in an alliance with Mentality. On a Monday morning, you can feel a little rough. Well, Mentality can help the cause for you. If you're waking up feeling sluggish, and not just on a Monday morning, but you're noticing that this is happening more and more often, that's where Mentality can help you out. Longtime TMA sponsor. And if you are noticing that you're putting on weight, even though you're not eating any differently, or you're working out, you're not putting on muscle, if you're waking up and you are feeling sluggish all the time, well, that can be low testosterone. Get it tested at Mentality. That's mentalityhealth.com. Have you or your family seen a change in you? You're not quite yourself anymore. You're struggling to focus. No energy for the people you love. This can be an indication of low testosterone, and that's where Mentality can help you out. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just feeling that something is off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Load them up. 314-974-0101. Jackson is in a backroom alliance with Lex Luthor in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And it seems like we're all out for ourselves in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. There are no alliances in there, Doug. That's just every man for himself in there. 314-399-9646. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, Doug, you're right. They are playing this in Illinois.
They got gobsmacked. Was it 63-10? Ouch.
I don't apologize. I thought Indiana. I wasn't buying Indiana. Boy, this Fernando Mendoza. I guess we didn't give him his props. He was 21 of 23 with 5 touchdowns. Illinois gave up 579 yards. And Tim and I were talking pre-show, Doug. Was that at 5 a.m. or 4 a.m.? Even if Illinois bounces back a bit here, you get USC.
You got Ohio State.
I mean, I guess if you can get on a roll some way, somehow, that loss was so bad, it's going to be hard to overcome.
That was my perspective last year when Missouri no-showed against A&M and Alabama, that even if they went 10-2, I didn't think they were going to get in because, whether it's right or wrong, the system dictates that the manner with which a team loses counts as like a extra half loss if you get worked over like this. Similarly to Missouri and A&M and Missouri and Alabama last year, although those weren't nearly as bad as this. Now, I realize, and that's why I went back and I watched Indiana, Illinois, because I was in Columbia and watching that game to see what the hell happened. And I'm sure a lot of Illinois fans who probably are texting in right now, 314-399-9646, number one, are incredibly disappointed. But number two, want it to be discussed that they essentially were running third stringers out there in their secondary. They had injuries, they had an ejection, and then you had Fernando Mendoza, who's already a talent. He is a transfer that Missouri was interested in from Cal. And he decided on Indiana, and he is picking apart defenses. Of course, as Kurt Cignetti made it clear, they weren't going to schedule anybody outside of the Big Ten, and so they really didn't, although Old Dominion went into Blacksburg and beat up on Virginia Tech, leading to a firing last Saturday. But their opponents haven't necessarily been impressive. Then they get top 10 Illinois coming in. And, Doug, what's the term you use? Gobsmack?
Yes, that's what happened. The poor Illini.
Luke Altmaier actually apologized following the game. Take a listen.
All right. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
Yeah, just very disappointed. Obviously, a lot of frustration. Sickening. It really is to go in full confidence, expecting to win. Totally. Just apologize to our fans. Our team in general. I didn't play well tonight at all. I just didn't. But overall, our whole team, it's hard to face right now. But you got two options: either to sit around and mope and point the finger and feel bad for yourself, or get up and take advantage of the next opportunity. The next day, the sun's going to come up tomorrow, and you better make the most of it.
I'm afraid that guy's getting hurt underneath the pile there at the end.
Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow.
Do you think it would have played well if you started singing that in the press conference?
Was that Sarah Jessica Parker who starred as Annie in 81 on Broadway?
I don't know.
She's going to be with us as a surprise guest this week, I believe, Martin.
But John Mozeliak, you guys already know that?
Yeah, Jackson tipped me off. He's kind of on the ESPN production meeting plan where you just air everything out.
Yeah.
And John Mozeliak's in tomorrow.
Yeah, logistics for those.
Logistics?
Yes. John Mozeliak's appearance in studio will happen Tuesday at 9. Some personal news to share. Mo will be here Tuesday at 9 as opposed to Wednesday.
Who has personal news, him or you?
Well, actually, we're doing a TV interview as well, and he wanted to do it after, and I said, we can carpool, and he said, probably not. So, John Mozeliak here. And by the way, not booed. I was not there at the pregame on Sunday. Benjamin Hockman tweeted out, I don't know if it was a photo or video, but he said they did not boo Mozeliak during his tribute and farewell on Sunday. Actually threw out the first pitch. Look, he threw a strike, left-hander.
Yeah, southpaw.
He was a batting practice pitcher for a while.
That's how it all started in Colorado about 30 years ago. So Mo here for a Cardinal breakdown on Tuesday. Part of the logistics here.
Martin, you're sideways with Harrison's brother, Master, early on.
He was misreporting my report, and I just won't have it.
Well, he's still not happy. Yeah, nobody cares about Illinois. Obvious frauds. Let's move on.
Blocking.
From Harrison's brother, Master. I believe they were a top 10 team before 6:30 p.m. in Bloomington, Indiana.
And I still think a good team. I still think Illinois is a really good team. That's what makes it also shocking.
But what is that based on? Is that based on beating Western Illinois and Duke and Western Michigan?
Yeah, a lot about based on Duke.
There's always carryover in college football. How good were you last year? Who are you bringing back?
Correct. Yeah. And what we've seen is, and this is the way that I have bet historically, and I've talked about it both on this show and on my podcast, returning production. And it actually has the team that had the most returning production. And, I mean, my God, could I have been more wrong? I was high on the state of South Carolina for the college football season, and they're both done. And I'm talking Clemson and South Carolina. I mean, it just isn't going to happen. South Carolina just doesn't have it. Lenore Sellers, God bless him, he's fun to watch, and he threw like a man possessed on Saturday night, but he can't move like he moved specifically against Missouri last year, but certainly other games like against LSU before he got hurt last year. He just can't move. I mean, they had him running a little bit, but that wasn't the same guy. Either way, they're done. And Jackson, your guy Dabo Swinney, look at this. I mean, you had Dabo Swinney and Shane Beamer in one day.
I know.
And you had Illinois lose?
No, I don't. I wanted Illinois to win.
Okay.
I want Illinois to be good.
We wanted Illinois and Mizzou playing in the playoffs.
Right. I won.
All right, the Blues lost in a shootout?
I don't want the Blues to lose either.
All right.
Come on, stop
Don't
rooting against
confuse my indifference for vitriol. Like I don't like. Like I don't dislike Illinois or the Blues or anything. I just generally disinterested.
You're kind of locked in on what you know what you like.
I like what I like, and I really like when teams from South Carolina lose football games, especially when coached by Shane Beamer and or Dabo Swinney. And if it can be both, even better. Clemson is even crazier. They were this wasn't like one national guy was like, no, watch, Clemson's gonna be amazing. All the national people were like Clemson.
Across the board, because they had a bunch of returning production and what looked like a favorable schedule. And they're now 1-3. And by the way, the one win, they were down 16-0 before a weather delay to Troy.
They got smoked by Syracuse. Smoked.
That's
by
our guy. I mean, Doug, this is me and Jackson. This is our alliance. And I don't know if that means I'm in an alliance with Lex Luthor by proxy. I don't know how alliances work. But Doug Fran Brown, he's the Syracuse coach. Take a listen. What do we got here?
He's a delight.
This is him talking about being an underdog, the 17.5-point underdog to Clemson.
And they won big.
And this is after the 31-24, 31-14.
Well, all right, let's have a listen.
Doesn't matter.
They won.
I don't care about what Vegas said. Nah, Vegas said Canelo was about to win. Right? Shit, you know what I'm saying? Crawford said different. I like being underdog. I've been underdog my whole life, right? 50 got a good song, Hate It or Love It, the underdog's on top.
What?
You know, you should listen to that sometime. Be pretty cool. That's my song.
That's my song.
Was he quoting 50? Was that 50?
Is it 50?
50.
50's got vitamin water equity. And what we had another one, didn't we?
Yes. He talked about, he was on a podcast.
This was prior to the game,
yes,
I believe.
Someone asked him about how he feels when his players get poached. And this was his response.
How you deal with guys getting poached?
I don't even care, bro. Dudes be trying to push up on my wife. She bad. It's just the game, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do. I don't care, but don't let me find out, and then I see. 'Cause I ain't no.
But you take it that personal if a school comes in and gets a guy?
But I'm gonna come at you like, yo, what's up, yo? Like, all right, well, I'm gonna see you, right?
Yeah.
There's a couple dudes I called and they try, hey, lose my line. You better man, shut up.
I can't get enough of Fran Brown. We've been on board well before he beat Clemson.
The second he said he won't shower until they win is when he became my number one.
That's why they keep winning.
13-4 with the Orange. He's 13-4. That's the name to circle and watch. You
think he's going to Gainesville?
It's going to start popping up. Fran Brown. I was trying to think of his roots. He was at Georgia briefly.
Yeah, he was a
Rutgers
Georgia guy.
briefly.
He went from Georgia to Syracuse.
But briefly there. Rutgers briefly. Temple. Baylor. I was trying to connect him to any of the past jobs, but that's a name. He is fun, man.
What the hell was that? It sounds like Tim on gummies. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse.
Dudes be trying to push up on my wife. She bad. It's just the game, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do.
I don't
break down that sentence.
Dude trying to push up on my wife? What does that mean?
And she bad. Basically saying I have an attractive wife, and people are going to pursue.
But the guy asked about taking his players.
I have great players. People are going to pursue.
And you best steer clear.
Right. And, you can try to make it all nice. You can try to make it all nice, but if I see you, I'm going to talk to you about it. I'm not going to, it's not just going to be friendly, You wronged me, and I don't forget. That's
Martin, this is like when the Cardinals had Eugene Koo. And he would explain what was going on with the post game to the media who did not speak Korean. That's what Jackson is doing right now. And
translating for the audience / Doug.
You be trying to push up on my wife? She bad.
She bad? Is that
bad.
She bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
STL Gator says, nope, Florida wants Kiffin or Lanning. That's from the STL Gator. Alan Dadeville, who loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Man, we got SEC representation all over the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I miss Fran Brown so much. That's Alan Dadeville, and he's got himself a big one on Saturday night in Tuscaloosa. The numbers are out for the 2 big games that are going at the same time on Saturday. Penn State hosting Oregon, same time as Alabama hosting Georgia.
They're going to say UMass, Missouri.
And the same time as UMass and Missouri. And the Colonel, who does not know who Matthew Tkachuk is, and he's going to hear about it at 9 o'clock from Jackson, is furious that Missouri UMass is at 6:30 p.m. He is trying to get Drinkwitz to change it to 6:30 a.m.
That'd be better.
Because he wants, number one, he can't believe it's a night game, and number two, the fact that those games are going on at the same time, plus you have Ryder Cup, plus you'll be running into the end of Auburn, or was it LSU Ole Miss, I guess?
LSU
Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I mean, the college football slate this weekend, Ryder Cup, forget about it.
There's an argument to be made that Saturday will be the best sports viewing day of the last 48 months. 48 months.
Wow, 4 years. Martin, that's a take. No. Mike Greenberg joining us live from the Get Up Studios.
Years? 24 months. Let's go 20. Last 2 years. Last 2 years.
I thought you were going to back down completely.
No, last 2 years.
All right, fine. Of all time.
The
last 2 years.
Weekend or best day?
Just Saturday. Saturday with the college football slate you have and Ryder Cup.
If only the Jets were playing.
What do you mean that's it?
You're not talking about the baseball
There'll probably be
playoffs,
a consequential baseball game.
Oh, the Reds and Mets are going down to the wire, buddy.
There's that for those folks, and then for
you're dunking on baseball.
I don't even know
you don't give a rip about hockey or baseball.
Well, when you have the college football slate you have, and if you're not a Reds or Mets fan, you're probably picking Penn State, Oregon going into a whiteout, or Alabama, Georgia, or if you're a real one, Missouri playing the foliage.
If you're a real one, Missouri playing the foliage.
Care about
ESPNU, baby.
It is
brutal.
Talk about a limited audience.
30.
Here's a hot take. I'm put the gloves on.
Oh wow!
There we go.
Doug is putting the gloves on for those of you on YouTube.
Sometimes we talk about the limited national appeal of hockey. I would argue that Ryder Cup is the same way. That there's a lot of guys, a lot of people really could care less about the Ryder Cup. And with that, I got the mittens on.
No, I agree with Doug. The people that love the Ryder Cup are very passionate about it, but I think a lot of people could care less.
I love that I am off on Monday and Tuesday because I won't even have to hear about it.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
By that, I mean next week.
I'm not saying it's a problem. I don't have that belief, but I feel like what Doug's saying is true, that a lot of people could care less.
Well, yeah, sorry I care about America. And
oh, wow.
Sorry I care about...
Hochi Papers standing up strong for his country.
I'm sorry about our guys defeating Europe once again. Sorry I care about these things.
Tim, send papers to Chicago now. That's from Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Nope. 10 toes down right here, baby.
10 toes down.
Are you in St. Louis this week, or do you go back to Chi-Town stand-up?
No, I'm in St. Louis.
Are you really?
Yeah. I just said about the best sports viewing.
So you're not leaving the home office?
Yeah, because there's a Ryder Cup and a football game on.
There's 4 football games, 5, 6.
Every Saturday there's 4 football games.
Not like this. Whiteout and Alabama, Georgia in the same time slot as the foliage?
And it's Tim's birthday.
And Tim's birthday.
Exactly right. And that really is the lead, and it's disappointing that it took till 7:51, Clarkson Jewelers time check, for it to be mentioned. Very disappointing. Although I saw in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, somebody earlier posted, it's Tim's birthday in 5 days. There's Iggy right there. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat active as the day is long. The legend of Columbia is back in there, and he says he's not wrong. You tell him, Papers. So you got support from the legend.
Telling you. Building a little group. People are starting to buy in.
No, they won't. It's going to be a little group.
Yeah, it's a little strong, a little bit mighty, you know.
That's your Ahmad Hardy. You're a little bit mighty.
Yes, me and Ahmad Hardy. A lot of similarities.
Lex Luthor and the Legend of Columbia.
The drink quote on Hardy is one of the best sound bites I've heard.
It really is.
Because it's entertaining.
Yeah.
It's accurate. But also, you never hear a coach say, "Oh, we didn't know he'd be this good." LaRusso would get so mad if he said, "Hey, so-and-so surprise you." Surprise. Well, he's a big leaguer, man. We knew he was good. Like, you couldn't say the word surprise. Okay, is he better than we expected? They'd get every coach is in that same camp. And Drinkwitz admitted, of course he's better than we thought.
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, the dude's running through people like he's a dump truck. I mean, he's a Clydesdale amongst a bunch of Phillies. It's unbelievable. I mean, how he scored on the one run when he left his feet, came back and had balance and scored. I mean, I ain't never seen that on tape before. So, dude's special, and there's not really much more to say about it.
Okay.
And I'm not critiquing the edit, but prior to that, he did say, I'm not. No, the edit's fine. I'm not.
Could have used a better sound.
No, it was great. But what I was explaining was prior to that, he did say, let's be honest, he's better than I thought or we expected, whatever it was.
But some Clydesdales are Phillies. He said a Clydesdale running through Phillies. A female Clydesdale would be a filly, right?
So should we cancel him?
That's why I thought we would.
He's certainly not welcome in many equestrian circles, I would have to imagine.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be an equestrian protest outside Faroe Field next week.
That was an odd touchdown run where he's kind of on his back, but there was a defender underneath him, so he just spun off and kept his feet.
He's 19 years old, by the way. Ahmad Hardy is 19 years old.
True sophomore.
I mean,
I didn't watch a lot of Louisiana Monroe last year, but apparently he was pretty good there too.
Yeah.
I would love to know the process. How they is there a recruiting service they all subscribe to? Like, hey, here's the kid to look at. How do you identify that's the kid, and then how do you negotiate the deal? Because he probably had a couple other offers wherever.
And these coaches, they bounce around so much. They probably all know somebody at every other school in the country, and get a friend call and say, "Hey, you ought to take a look at this guy."
Hey guys, some personal news. I'm all chubbed up for the Ryder Cup. And Tim, happy birthday week. Thanks. That's a big tuft in there. It's funny because Ahmad Hardy loves horses. That's from the 636. How about that, Martin?
Okay. Yeah, we hear about that every week.
At the camp presser, I was down there. He said, I just want to prove I belong in the SEC. That was his quote going into the year. It's still early. It's only one conference game, but he leads the SEC in rushing. He's second in the nation. Now, you had huge numbers. Who was the opponent last week? Was it Louisiana?
Louisiana.
Raging Cajuns.
Raging Cajuns. Big numbers there helped his overall season total. But so far, the running game's been great for Mizzou. I look at South Carolina and say, yeah, Lenore Sellers is great. Do you have anything else? I mean, you just put the whole game on the guy who was questionable to even play.
And the first touchdown, that throw was sick. Now, Missouri was offside, so it was a free play. So if somebody told you, take your pick of whatever it would be, you got a shot from half court and it doesn't matter. Oftentimes, you're just going to have to, be in a mental flow state that you're going to just be able to just drop it in. And to his credit, he made a perfect throw. But Missouri secondary was leaving guys open left and right. The Missouri pass rush is the reason why on that side of the ball Missouri won that game. Now, don't get me wrong. They stopped the run, and that was ridiculous, and that's what we heard Shane Beamer say. But Sellers was picking apart that secondary, and one time there was a receiver wide open.
Yeah, at about the 2-yard line.
Yes, exactly.
And
but because the pass rush, Sellers underthrew him. So that's a real issue. We talked about it following the Kansas game. The Louisiana game, of course, cloaked it because Doug Lunch Winfield wasn't able to pick them apart.
Right. Watch out. Here comes Big Lunch Winfield.
But you're talking about on the Stiefel dossier of quarterbacks coming up, Alabama. And I cannot wait. We're going to know a lot more about Alabama by the time they get to Columbia on the 11th. But Simmons getting things right there. Following that, you have Jackson Arnold. Not sure what he is. He was put to the test by what I think might be a really good Oklahoma team. But
10 sacks.
Yeah, I mean that's taken us back to the day when Oklahoma was an absolute force in the Baker Mayfield era with Mateer. You have Marcel Reed. You have Diego Pavia. Talon Green. See, the way I look at it from the Missouri standpoint is there isn't a Georgia between the hedges like there was in November of 2023. And in that sense, I don't look at a game and say that is a 90% loss. At the same time, Alabama, Auburn, Vanderbilt, A&M, Oklahoma, Mississippi State beat Arizona State and Arkansas. I realize Arkansas has 2 losses in the narrative once you have 2 losses, but they lost by a point and a fumble inside their 5-yard line, and they lost at Oxford, and they were right there the previous week. Point being, those are not all sure wins. They're just not. They are all winnable, though, so it's a really weird spot, and I don't know who the best team in the SEC is. I bet a lot of people either go LSU, but the LSU win against Clemson looks a hell of a lot different now, or people would go Georgia. But then if you're going to go Georgia, well, I mean, Tennessee had a field goal that was barely missed, and then Georgia's the one that now what he's talking about. People are talking about Tennessee. So you look at the process of the way teams are playing. And the thing is, I don't know if we have a dominant team. And what really might be upended is because of NIL, schools that usually are the doormats in their conferences, Indiana, Vanderbilt, are now uplifted, and then teams that have been the blue bloods because of NIL may be in a different spot, and it kind of forces you to rethink the whole process. Your thoughts on it are welcome at 314-399-9646. Stiefel Dossier, Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, Brad Thompson at 9:30, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN. We've got a new sponsor here on the Morning After. Great to have Psychiatric Care and Research Center on board. 40-plus years in practice with 20-plus years conducting clinical research trials. And this is an opportunity for our TMA listeners to make some money. Dr. John Canale completed his psychiatric residency at WashU, where he also served as chief resident, and he's seeking volunteers ages 18 and older for upcoming clinical research trials for the following: anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Compensation will be provided for your time and travel, and the office is located in O'Fallon, Missouri. So here's how you can participate. If you are interested, call 636-244-3593. That's 636-244-3593. Or you can check out Psychiatric Care and Research Center's website, which is pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals head out to San Francisco to take on the Giants this evening. That's going to be an 8:45 p.m. first pitch with Michael McGreevy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Like that cigar drink, Tiger style. Suck it, pundits, if you think we done. We gon' be your number one. Like it or not, Mizzou in the playoffs. No questions asked, no trade-offs. What you got for us, SEC? No cred, no props, what'll it be? Try to hold down those Tiger paws. We'll smack you so hard you'll be eating with a straw.
Oh, gosh. That's tough talk.
Look out, we coming to your town. Ain't gonna be there for a social visit. Gonna smack those chops. Yeah, boy, hit it.
It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber going to join us. Blues coming off of 2 preseason games. And Doug, you have expressed concern that the team is not won yet.
Well, it's a long season. I think we'll get one before it's over. But certainly not the start we were hoping for.
Okay, well, you'll have to talk with Chris Kerber about that. That's coming up at 8:15. The Colonel, Gabe DeArmond, with us at 9 o'clock. Brad Thompson at 9:30. And then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at about 10:50. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, Nolan Arenado got a standing ovation yesterday as they took him out early in the game. So the people on hand could... I guess, Doug, you would call it pay homage, or would you say pay homage?
I say homage. They took him out like the first inning, wasn't it?
Well, it was a ceremonial start. He wasn't going to play. They did it just so he could come out and get the tip of the cap.
Why not let him play and take him out later in the game?
I don't know why he didn't
get
play.
any of that. I didn't understand any of it.
Here is Nolan Arenado following the game.
Okay. Please pay him.
In theory.
Yeah. Please.
This organization needs to go to a different route with how they go about their business. They got to let some of these young guys grow and become players and see what they have. And there's no doubt that I'm in the way of that. So I don't know what's going to happen. But obviously I do believe change is coming, and as it should. We got some players that are good. We got some players that can grow and become great. There is some adjustments that some of them are going to have to make, just like you always do in this game. But there's a few guys that just have to take the next step, and Mason Wynn is a guy that I feel like he can really take another step and be an all-star, Gold Glover for years to come. I just think he has that ability, and now it's up to him to go do it. We got some guys that, Donnie's a solid player. I mean, Herrera can really hit. There's just guys here. Burley can hit. If Newt's healthy, we know what he can do. So, there's guys here that, I think they're good players, but if they want to get the Cardinals back where they need to be, they got to take a huge step.
Okay, but none of those guys are third baseman.
It's pretty weird, the whole vibe, because it was a farewell. Ali Marmol said uncertain future, meaning give him this opportunity in case he gets traded. And in the postgame, he also said, I think it's more than likely I'm not here or I'm not back, whatever he said. More than likely I'm not going to be back. I said to him, do you have to be a little flexible this offseason in terms of, where you go? He goes, yeah, I know. I got to talk to my agent, talk to my family. But he more or less agreed for it to work, it can't be as small a list as it was last year. And he goes, it's going to take a team that wants me. And he said, I think I can still contribute because I know the things I need to do this offseason. But admitted, it's not like they're clamoring. I think he knows nobody's clamoring for his services. He's owed $42 million. But the vibe seemed to be that he knows he's not going to be back. So what does that look like? I don't know. Do the Cardinals say we're willing to eat more than we ever thought we'd be willing to eat just to move him on? And he said, I got to basically get out of the way. I think that was it. We did a predictionary the other day, whether he'd be here or not. And I think it's more clear now than ever that some way, somehow, some way, somehow, he won't be back.
Well, there's no other reason to take him out in the first inning and get an ovation.
Now, Ollie said uncertain future, give him that opportunity, but Arenado made it pretty clear that he doesn't think he'll be back. And I don't know what he's been told by Heim or the DeWitts, but
if they can't find a taker to take a significant
then
portion
it's awkward,
of the money,
and we've had that happen before with him, where we've said he's
just
gone.
DFA him?
I don't know.
I'm watching Predictionary being updated live because I have the living, breathing Stiefel dossier in front of me, and Jackson is updating L's and W's. And Martin, you were the only one to get the W. This is interesting. It's L's and Y's. You get a loss or a Y, which I guess is a yes?
Yeah.
Sometimes when there's audio in my ears and I'm trying to do something, my brain doesn't work.
Disappointing.
Like, I'll type an email during the show and I'll reread it afterwards, and it makes no sense.
Is that right?
They're words that shouldn't belong in succession.
Do you want to snort another rail of Adderall off my tramp stamp?
Yeah, but that would be, just because of the love of the game.
Love of the game. Well, for example, your brain will trick you at times. I'll be texting, God, that Jackson, what an asshat. Right. I sent it to Jackson.
Manifested itself in your brain.
Martin, you get the W on that Predictionary. Let's see. The Predictionary, will Nolan Arenado be a Cardinal in 2026? Me and Martin are on no. Doug and Jackson are on yes.
Still to be determined.
Yeah, I'm not feeling great about it.
Will Jordan Walker be a Cardinal in 2026? Me and Martin are on no. Doug and Jackson are on yes. But Martin, you got the Lenora Sellers W. Anything else in Predictionary to be added here?
The 7 o'clock Resi at CC's last week. I didn't update that one. Me and Kurt were both on no, so that's a pair of L's right there.
It's an L because the Resi at C. Doug, do you speak this language? The Resi at CC's was Tim's reservation that was set up by a meteorologist who lives in Nevada.
Elko, Nevada, named after...
That's 6 hours north of Vegas.
That's correct. Named after Mike Elko at Texas A&M and the great job he's doing.
Jackson, in our defense, I believe the Predictionary was, do we think he'll get one? And that was under the premise that the legend would be coming through. We didn't know about the weatherman at that point.
That was unfair.
You got the wrong concierge.
You got sniped by a meteorologist.
I also noticed that sometimes people don't participate in Predictionary. Will Sam Horn and Blake Craig pay for the Tigers this year? I was on no for both. Jackson, unsure, but I'll say yes. I guess that was after the Central Arkansas game, I assume.
Yes.
But Martin and Doug didn't, they abstained?
I might not
recuse themselves?
We might have moved on, and I just forgot.
It could be a bookkeeping.
This is what Buck Swope's very critical of the bookkeeping on the Design Air Heating.
And it's fair.
Of the day. It is fair?
I've said it before. I'm like a short order cook. I got a lot of things on the burner, and sometimes the hash browns get a little overdone.
Well, once they announced that the kicker was done for the season, I was pretty sure he wouldn't play again this year.
Yeah, sick.
Once you start looking through Predictionary, it's tough to look away. Will Keegan Bradley put himself on the roster August 19th, 2025? We all were on no.
Yeah.
How about that?
Look at us.
We were in the minority on that play. Will Ali Marmol be manager of the Cardinals on opening day 2026? This was asked on August 19th, 2025. We all said yes, and I don't even know what the hell this means, but I parlayed it with Keegan Bradley not putting himself on the Ryder Cup team.
Yep.
Will J.J. Weatherholt have an at-bat in 2025 We all said yes. On August 6th, 2025.
Not looking real good, although he just keeps hitting. He's so good, Doug, you don't need him.
No, you wouldn't want him.
Will Arenado take another at-bat for the Cardinals? Over-under was 0.5. Martin and Doug get the win there. I take the loss. God, I felt good about it. I still feel like I got my money in good.
I'll take a Y.
Will Ryan Helsley be a Cardinal post-deadline? I was on no. Martin was on yes. I think you kind of were wondering what you were thinking then.
Yeah, I don't remember saying that. I'm going to blame the bookkeeper.
And Doug was on yes. Will the Cardinals have a 20 home run season? This looks like this was when I was out of town. Both Doug and Martin were on yes, and you guys got wins on that one. So there is an updated Predictionary. Jackson, have I done proper audio recounting of your Predictionary?
I forgot that I also have a section here called Best First Take Headlines. For when I look up
forgot.
I look up in the corner.
Document.
We have First Take or some in the TV in here, and sometimes they'll have these ridiculous headlines on the Chiron, and one of them, I guess, was, is Lamar's foot injury something or nothing on August 25th, 2025?
Something or nothing.
I really like that.
Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville says, things on the burner, Tigers, golf, Tigers. Doug, that's Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville. I don't know what that means.
That would be on my all my personal burners when you're talking about, like, if I was a short order cook in life. But professionally, there's much more than that.
Of course, he is so good. Amazing. That's from Lisa. How about Lisa?
Shout out Lisa. A real gem.
A gem.
She's always been a gem.
Smitten.
And Edwardsville proud.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Tigers, stand up.
That's right.
I love the segment name. Sorry, Shane was a shot at Beamer, even though we're going to talk Mizzou. College Football Corner speaks for itself. Then you have Ball Knowers Corner.
That's right.
Ball Knowers
Corner.
And then you have Pre-Game. There's a Pre-Game.
Pre-Game.
Got to have a Pre-Game.
And then there's Gabe.
We got Chris Kerber coming up in the next segment. Gabe at 9 o'clock. And Martin, of course, as you noted, Pre-Gabe is coming up as well. And then Brad Thompson, 9:30. And then our nonsense is in between, along with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, you know about Mark Milton. He's probably not happy about what happened in Bloomington, Illinois.
No, he's a big Illini guy, and he's a big tax guy, too. So, he can turn his focus away from college football and spend more of his attention on the taxing issues that we have around the country. Maybe you haven't filed your tax returns. He told me there's a lot of people. You wouldn't believe how many people just flat out don't file their taxes. And then 3 or 4 years later, they hear from the IRS, and now you got big problems. If you have big IRS problems, Mark Milton is the guy to contact. He's at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He now helps individuals and small businesses here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So if you've got any kind of IRS problem or ordeal hanging over your head, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, "No, sir, I am not guilty. Yes, sir, I am with Milty." Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Mark Milton, longtime TMA sponsor. It is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN, and you can get involved by watching the program with 282 other friends of the Feather right now. YouTube.com/TMA-STL. It is the morning after.
All right, 30 days as September. That's the way the phrase goes. That means with today being the 22nd, you've got 8 more days to take advantage of the special from Classic Air Care. They're going to come to your house. They're going to make sure that air conditioner is still running perfectly well to get you through the rest of the summer and the fall, and then they're going to make sure that the furnace is ready to go. You get those units checked out for the price of just $149. It's the September special that they're running, and then you are good. One of the most important things, actually the most important thing you can do to keep the most important piece of equipment in your house running smoothly and keeping your house comfortable is maintaining it. Classic Air Care has maintenance plans. They've got specials like this. If you're on a maintenance plan, you get prioritization when it comes to scheduling. If any issues comes up, they treat you well. They've got a 4.8 Google rating for a reason. That's because they take their customer service very seriously, and it is satisfaction guaranteed. It's just that simple. They know you've got a choice when it comes to maintaining that air conditioner and that furnace. They want to be the one that comes to your house. You can trust them. I do. You can read all the different reviews they have as well. And right now, from now to the end of September, they're still running the maintenance special for both your air conditioner and your furnace, total for just $149. Get online, book an appointment today at classicaircare.com. Keep that house comfortable. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. It is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. The program in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. And we welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines for his traditional Monday morning appearance, the voice of the Blues, fresh off of 2 preseason games this weekend, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Tim, morning. How are you?
I am wonderful. I am fresh off of the Curbside podcast listening experience. It is a tradition unlike any other, and I was listening to you and Joey recount the festivities against the Stars and the Blue Jackets, and something that I think stands out to me is the interest in what the Blues have going with some names that aren't necessarily at this point household names for hockey fans outside of St. Louis, but in St. Louis, people are quite interested, and you got to see Justin Carbonneau both games out there. What is your assessment of what you saw from him?
Yeah, you know what? They're really excited about this draft pick. He was picked 19th overall, at the draft this year. This was a player, Tim, that the Blues felt they had really high on the list. As a matter of fact, they in some of their mock drafts and some of the drafts that they had kind of drawn out, they had him going as high as 7th. And so to them, they see this guy as someone that really could have and should have been a top 10 pick. And the one thing that they really like about him, they know he's got a smell for the net. They know he's got the ability to score. You saw that Jim Montgomery referred to his goal in Dallas as a goal scorer's goal. But he's just got this drive, this confidence to just want to be involved. He kind of a little bit of like what David Perron had. Just come in and, hey, I'm going to make an impression. And so the Blues gave him both games. We'll see. I got to think he'll have another game or two before going back maybe. But I look, he wants to be involved, and they're excited about him, And as Doug Armstrong said, a 19-year-old, it's hard to make this team as a 19-year-old. But it's not impossible. Robert Thomas did it. Robbie Fabry did it. David Perron did it. So we know that the opportunity will be there for you if he gets it. So they gave him both. I thought a little more involved, it looked like, in the game down in Dallas. And, they had him on some different lines, with 2 or 3 different people over the course of the game last night in Columbus. But there's no doubt they've got a competitive player in this draft pick.
Anybody else stand out that caught your eye?
Well, you know what? Honestly, on the defensive side, last night, that's kind of what you want, I think. You're looking at where the Blues' depth is. They've got depth at forward. But on the defensive side, I think, Logan Mayu in the first game in Dallas looked really good. I mean, he's only played 8 NHL games. He's the player that the Blues picked up in that trade for Zach Bolduc, but Mayu definitely stood out there, Doug. He was one of those players, and there was plays like knocking pucks out of the air, right? Not looking out of place at all. And so I think he jumped off the page of me from the game in Dallas the first night. Last night, I'll tell you what, this one was fun to watch last night. I mean, you look at what Adam Jiricek was doing, and he was on a pairing with Tucker. But Jiricek, I think he was the 16th overall pick 2 years ago for the Blues now. 16th overall pick in 24. He looked fantastic. I mean, I think he was maybe the best player on the ice for the St. Louis Blues. He was involved. He pinched. He was willing to shoot. And it's not easy in these games. You guys have talked to Joe about this when you get him on Friday. Actually, when you're done with a new rooster story for him, because he's got another beauty.
Doug, new rooster coming.
Yeah, so there's some sound effects for you on Friday. But it's hard for these guys. Like, how do you stand out, right? You want to show the coach you're responsible. You want to show a coach that you care about details. But at the same time, you've got to find a way to fight and stand out, whether it moves you up the depth chart to get called up, whether it's about making this team. And he did that by just moving his feet, playing hard, and pretty much out-competing just about anybody on that ice yesterday. And so there are some real reasons to be extremely excited about Adam Jiricek. He was injured twice last year, and that really slowed him down. But he's 19, worked his rear end off, put on 23 pounds over the course of the summer to add some mass to his size. So I think there's a really bright future with that one.
Chris Kerber with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. I was listening to you and Joey rave about his performance last night on the Curbside podcast. What is similar to the questions about, okay, Carbonneau got to play in both games. What are the realistic expectations with Jiricek in the near future?
Well, we talked to Tim Taylor, Blues assistant general manager. He's been with the team since 2011, and honestly, with both the kids that we were just talking about, when he was talking to us about Carbonneau, he said it's the first time that we've had a high-end skill guy come in since he's been here with this kind of jam to his game, right? With this kind of confidence and attitude. So that he's really excited about that. When it comes to Jiricek, he actually compared him to a young Alex Pietrangelo. I'm like, okay, that's a pretty big comparison. He says, yeah, I know it is. He goes, but he's got some of the similarities to his game, his ability to move the puck. He's not afraid to get in physically, and stick his nose in if he has to, and really jam the puck loose so he can kill plays. So because he was injured last year, he dealt with 2 injuries. He did have a healthy summer, as we just talked about. They have an option with him. Now, they can send him back to his junior team in Brentford, which I think is a highly likely process, and send him back as a 19-year-old. But because he was drafted as a European, they could also send him down to the American Hockey League this year. And then, of course, that gives them the opportunity for a call-up if they need it. And I still think the Blues' defensive depth is something that they're going to continue to add to. So there's a decision to be made with Adam. Does he break camp with this team? That I don't see happening, just because of the NHL-ready depth they have here. But the decision is, does he go back to juniors or does he go to the American Hockey League like Dvorsky did a year ago? And that'll start to tell you where they think he's really at. But he is definitely one they're excited about. And don't forget, even the comparison to Pietrangelo, again, those are big shoes to compare him to, but those were his words. Twice Alex Pietrangelo came to camp and twice played some games in the NHL and then went back to juniors, right? So it is the junior route is not a bad route to keep him going and growing there.
For those who missed it, Barrett Jackman gets the blue jacket Friday at the Blues and Brews. Tell folks how that all played out.
Yeah, so the Blues are in the process of announcing the Hall of Fame class for this year, Martin, and they surprised Barrett with it. Barrett is now the director of the Alumni Association for the Blues. Took over for Bruce Affleck, who just retired, and pretty cool to have Chris Pronger and Al McInnes come on stage to tell him that he's been voted into the St. Louis Blues Hall of Fame. And the cool part about that, Barrett's rookie year, he played just about every single game with Al McInnes and won the Calder Trophy as Rookie of the Year. That is not an easy thing to do as a defenseman in the NHL. And so, but at one point he was defense partners of both Al McInnes and Chris Pronger. So really cool to have them up there. But even greater, Barrett he's played the most games of any defenseman in the NHL. Actually, Colton Parayko's 80 games shy of tying him there. So a healthy season for Colton Parayko could put him in that boat. But I think the neat part is on social media or whatever, seeing Al McInnes, post about it, seeing Chris Pronger, seeing TJ Oshie, post about it. And Barrett Jackman had such an impact on the guys that he played with and the growth of this team that it's a great honor and really a well-deserved one for him.
They haven't announced the other Hall of Famers yet, have they, or is that still a secret?
No, they have not announced the other ones yet. They're kind of doing it in pieces, and so the others will be coming out shortly.
Okay. All right, well, we'll look for that. At the other end, we talked about some of the younger players on the Blues. At the other end of the spectrum, you got Milan Lucic trying to make the team. He played last night quite a bit. How did he look to you?
Yeah, he looked okay. To me, he looked like he was getting better as the game went along, which is not a surprise. I mean, it's been a year and a half since he's played any meaningful games. Joe and I had a chance to talk to him for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the game, and just had a great conversation with him, where his mind is, where his approach is. And, we just flat out said, okay, we get the off-ice journey, but now what do you have to do on the ice? And he just said, I have to show I know where I'm supposed to be. Keep moving my feet, get into the scrum, get to the walls, make some plays. And amazingly, for a 17-year, veteran of the National Hockey League that's played, 1,176 games, has nearly 600 points. He's won a Stanley Cup, been to a second Stanley Cup final. He actually said he was really nervous about that game last night. He said, I've got nerves going, kind of like a rookie again. It's the first time in, 17 years I've had to, make a team. And so I thought he looked okay. And in all fairness, I don't know if one game is worth really looking too much into and judging. I think they'll give him another 2 or 3 games and then be able to make that decision there. But I know they like what he brings from a leadership standpoint, from a confidence standpoint, from a physical standpoint. If they feel he can get around the ice at his age and with the time off, they're going to like what he can bring, and I think they're going to give him every chance to do so. So I think we'll see him have another couple of games. But game one, he got out there, which is a good start and got better at the game. Listen, it was kind of an off game. Like I thought the Dallas game was better than the Columbus game. So not an easy one to really get some flow in, to be honest with you.
Blues and Blackhawks this coming Saturday. Chris Kerber, Joey Vitale on the call. Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on TMA. Kerbs, appreciate the time as always, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week.
You too. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Gabe DeArmond coming up at 9 o'clock. Jackson, you've just stepped over the line of scrimmage, and you're calling an audible here for Brad Thompson.
Yeah, BT will not join us today. Hoping to have him tomorrow.
Okay, Doug, there it is.
We got a huge
Big
Cardinal
Cardinal
corner.
day.
It's a Cardinal corner all
Big
day
Cardinal
Tuesday.
day.
So tomorrow we've got
Adam Wainwright at 8 a.m. We have John Mozeliak in studio at 9 a.m. And I think BT at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay. And
I don't want to tell you how to produce papers because it's been papers picks all day.
Oh no! Not after the bad audio clip from.
Could BT possibly be Wednesday?
No, because he goes on a different show on Wednesday.
Oh, logistics, Tim.
Yeah,
logistics.
Boy,
Let me cook. I mean, like
stare daggers through you.
This is like that's. I know what I'm doing.
No! No!
Now, when I don't know what I'm doing, don't throw that back in my face that I said I know what I'm doing.
Never.
Don't use that against me. I don't like my own words being used against me.
Yeah.
Look that up.
Politician.
I think there's nothing that a healthy percentage of the audience, Doug, watch this, nay, St. Louis likes than me having a bad experience. Well, I've got a bad experience for you. A costly.
For you?
Yeah, thank you, Martin.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And if anything is going to increase what we call TSL in the industry, time spent listening, it's me sharing a real negative experience. That is coming up next. The Colonel at 9 o'clock. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Joshua. Jackson, did you like the beats they were playing at Furrow Field on Saturday night?
That's a no. That's a no.
Nice read, Martin.
I really don't like the song that's like TNT. I can't stand it.
It's AC/DC, pal.
You want to walk one studio over and tell AD on the KC Morning Show that?
I don't like the song. I don't like it at all.
What about Thunderstruck?
Fine.
Oh, okay.
I don't like how they come in with Thunderstruck. Like they enter with Thunderstruck.
It should be Tina E.
It should be Tina E for sure. They just need a signature song that everyone else doesn't use. Like Mizzou has a fine like game day production. It's just what everyone else does. Like they don't do anything unique. Like now everyone plays Mr. Brightside too. And I'm not saying Mizzou started that, but everyone plays Mr. Brightside.
What is that? Seven Nations Army. I was at high school football on Friday. Every place you go.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But. Not for me.
What about that Timmy trumpet? You guys still on board? You okay with it?
I still get fired up when I hear it.
Okay, so it works.
Yeah, the crowd does too.
Because it's easy to like clap to and like
it works. And it's a Pavlovian response because you're like, even if you're kind of not paying attention, you're like, oh, there's a third down.
Yep.
Boy, I had a situation. Then I'll get to the thing that everybody's wanting to hear, which is my downfall. But Martin, I had a situation at the game. So we were south. Doug, you know your directions?
Sure.
Okay, southwestern portion of the stadium.
Okay.
Is that opposite side of where the opponent's
That's
fans
correct.
sit?
Light attendance from Cocky Nation, by the way, as I gather you observed. Probably not delighted after the debacle against Vanderbilt the week before, so that was lightly attended. But either way, I wound up bringing my 8-year-old. That was great. He loved it, man. He got into it. He was fired up. He wants to come back for the next game, which is awesome. Left the 3-year-old at home. I think that was the right play. Interesting spot when you're in the urinal troughs at Furrow Field. And a gentleman says, man, I love seeing your 8-year-old in here.
Oh, God.
But he didn't mean it.
Sure, but
he's a listener.
Yeah. Oh.
And he wasn't saying.
Yeah, I
see what I'm saying?
For sure.
But Doug and I, we differ on. I like people standing because it's usually energy. Now I understand where you're coming from. It's not like I don't understand where you're coming from, but then there are some people who can't stand. And we had a live situation. I think the gentlemen were in their 70s and were literally yelling F off back and forth to each other. The guy right behind me, obviously I'm not blocking anybody's view, but he was looking, so I was off to the right. He's looking to the left toward the field.
Thank you for sitting, son. I'm not.
No, he starts screaming, down in front! Down in front! And it's a third down, and he's yelling, and the guy he's yelling at is like I don't know, in his 70s as well. And the guy turns around and goes, oh, F off! Oh. And I'm like, oh, these two are going to go. And he goes, what's your problem? He goes, it's a football game. Down in front!
Yeah. This is on
front!
This is on third down. The guy was mad he was standing on third down. Everyone in the building is standing up.
It was quite a situation.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was quite a situation.
It's one thing in like a TV timeout if you're standing. Even then, what are you looking for?
The gentleman, the older, well, they're both, like I said, in their 70s. The gentleman who was yelling down in front he goes, you're not watching the game when you're standing, you're watching the scoreboard. So I guess if he was watching the field to stand up, he would have been fine with it, but he didn't like that he was turned to his right to watch the scoreboard.
So he shouldn't have been yelling down in front. He should have said, eyes on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
If you go to a college football game, you got to expect...
That's kind of what I was thinking.
I think college football almost more than any sport.
And a lot of those people are coming from the west side of the state, and even here on this side of the state are Chiefs fans, and my God, they're in a whole lot of down in fronts at Arrowhead.
Now, what about if you go to a musical concert and there's a person right in front of you standing up? No one else is standing up, but just one person standing up right in front of you, kind of dancing and everything. Okay or not so okay?
How's they ass?
Because I've seen this, where there's one person standing up in a section, and it means like 3 or 4 people behind can't see unless they stand up.
My take is limited to sporting events, and of course sporting events with there shouldn't be a whole lot of standing for the Foliage Bowl on Saturday. But for Roll Damn Tide, even with an 11 o'clock kickoff, should be a lot of standing.
It's uncomfortable too that when you're in the middle, you're like, oh my God, what's going to happen here?
And my 8-year-old's looking at me like, these guys going to fight? I'm like, I don't know. Let's just get off to the side and see what's doing.
Back to the trough.
Now, he wouldn't have been able to see if everybody had been standing.
Well, he stands up on the bleacher section.
And that's enough?
I brought some of my lifts for him.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Little stilts.
Son's first lifts.
Son's first lifts. What a moment. All right, Doug, here's what we got going on. Now, as you know, there is nothing that is more positive EV than a 7-game parlay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good before you put it in.
The greatest gambler's parlay.
Yeah.
And however, I for whatever reason, I don't know why, but college football is something that I pay great attention to. I don't really know why, and tend to do pretty well with it. Although on the spread zone, I've been having some issues. And poor Riz went 0-7 this weekend.
Oh God,
that hurts. That hurts the spread zone record. I'm currently at 2-4. Stalter's killing it. He's at 4-2. We both have the Lions and Ravens over tonight for the record. And Doug, I know you need 8 points out of Jared Goff. You're good.
I do.
You got to double you. Unless there's an injury.
This was a huge weekend for books. I saw someone.
People got crushed?
I saw someone say a bookmaker said this was one of the most profitable weeks for books in a long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right, 7-game parlay.
Don't tell. There's one game that I'm thinking might be the last leg, and if it is, I'll cry for you.
I told you when you were walking out of the studio during the break, I said, you're going to be hurt. I said, even the people who hate me, I'm talking about the millions and millions who tune in for the hatred. Even you may feel badly for this. This is a 7-game parlay paying 100x ROI.
Whew.
Martin, first one up. And I'm watching this at Willie's.
Yeah.
Eating the new chicken wings. They're not nearly as good as the old chicken wings, and I am furious about it.
They're not boneless wings, are they?
No, that would be tenders, right?
Yeah.
Were you on Yelp as you were sitting there?
Oh, you better
I'm going to address this
I've
right
got
now.
so many burners. Got little dog avatars. Arkansas, Memphis over 61 ship.
Yeah.
Tough for Sam Pittman C cups, but nonetheless,
for sure.
Shipped. I'll take Maryland plus 10 at Wisconsin.
They're doing something in College Park.
I'm telling you, Malik, the quarterback, he's
poor
legit.
Luke Fickle.
Yeah, they're chanting fire Fickle at Madison. Doesn't matter. I'm getting 10 points shipped. And what, Maryland won big,
yeah,
too.
27-10, I think.
Shipped. I'm on our guy, Fran, at Syracuse.
Great play.
Plus 17. Don't need the 17, but I'm on it. Texas Tech plus 3.5. If there is a sneaker team in college football in 2025, and there might not be as much of a sneaker anymore, it's Texas Tech, because when you think of Texas Tech, you might think of Michael Crabtree, you might think of Cliff Kingsbury, you're going to think of offense. They're doing it now with defense. They bought it up with NIL, and they've got a defense, and they don't play anybody the rest of the way.
No ranked opponents.
Texas Tech is legit.
They're like a lock.
They smacked Utah.
Yeah, they won at
on
Utah.
the big noon kickoff,
right.
which was like 8 a.m. Hawaiian time or whatever it was.
And you might be thinking, okay, all this guy does is take underdogs. Oh, I do a lot of that. But I also recognize a situation where we got a mark. I don't know if it's probably everybody's on to it. Bill Belichick's the mark. Central Florida -7. Ship it. Ship it.
God, you just hate to see Belichick struggle.
Doesn't bother me at all.
Really?
I'm upset about it.
Boy, just hate to see a guy like that.
And then this was solely based on every square, and his brother was on Nebraska. So I was on Michigan.
I was heavy on all my money was on Michigan.
Oh, really?
That was like the only play I made on Saturday.
Every square, and his brother was on Nebraska. I'll take Michigan. And then there was one more, and that's all we needed.
Okay. So we're at 6 right now.
That's right.
I saw the Nebraska stat. They've lost 28 straight against a ranked.
Jackson, you already know what it is.
Is it an obscure game or like a bigger game?
Big game. I mean, I don't know.
No,
big opponent.
Then never mind. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You're thinking Auburn, Oklahoma, and the safety.
Nope.
Oh.
No, I'm thinking I'll tell you in the break. It's gonna make me look like a huge DJ.
Tell us right now.
Why is it gotta be
It's gonna make me look like a huge DJ. I live bet this
Kennesaw State and Arkansas State?
I live bet this game because me and my buddy were just hanging out watching ball after all the festivities.
You're down in Columbia. You're a 27-year-old bachelor. You're having booze. It's a beautiful day.
This is why I didn't want to say it.
You're in a room live betting obscure games with your buddy?
This is why I didn't want to say it. This is why I didn't want to say it.
Some kind of stag party?
He spends a lot of time in college.
I'm ruining your story. Please finish. I'll tell you. I'll talk
Tim
after.
finishes, then Jackson opens his veins, and we investigate.
Yes, indeed. So I go to Danny Lanning.
Oh, yeah, brutal.
Who I know loves to run up the score. He was not happy with Mike Gundy, who might be going upstairs to see the athletic director at some point in the next 48 hours in Stillwater.
45 minutes, maybe.
And he took 69-3 out on him. So what do they call that thing? The Civil War between Oregon and Oregon State?
Is it the Apple Cup?
That's the one in Washington.
You're right. Yeah,
and that was this weekend.
Yeah, that's why I got confused.
What was the spread on
Martin,
Oregon?
that's a nice question. 35. Your final score, Doug, 41-7 for the Vianney grads. That's 34 points. And unfortunately, they didn't want to hear it at my offshore account. But it's a 7-game parlay, and I only missed it by... I was on the phone with customer service from the tailgate.
I bet you were.
Send you a gift card.
You probably would be him.
And there was a chance. And what happened in that game was Dan Lanning was trying to cover. That's what the man does.
Yep.
He and Lane Kiffin are on the same page. And it's nice to know when coaches are in that mindset. And it's 1st and goal at the 3. Doug, all we need is let's just wrap this up. Let's just get her on in there.
Or you could take a knee.
No. There's 7 minutes left.
Oh.
1st and goal at the 3.
Okay.
Your score at the moment is 38-7. If we get that 7 points, I mean, it's a pony. I'm going to tell my wife, I'm going to tell my 8-year-old, we're not even going to the game. We're going right to Club Vogue. We might even hit Regina's Cabaret. I don't know. I'm so flush, we might hit them both.
You can take an 8-year-old into a place called Regina's Cabaret?
Well, after he had the trough experience.
Oh, that was a coming-of-age moment.
It was. And he was wearing his baby's first lifts.
Yeah, boys' first lifts.
And I'm looking at it, and I'm following. I got a blue train in one hand and my phone in the other. I've got Lenoris maybe 200 yards away from me. Jackson, for me, I'll be honest, that's probably a 4-iron.
Yeah, must be nice.
And I'm in a good place. I've got compadres everywhere. My family's with me. Dan Lanning's it's 1st and goal, and a 100x return. And we're going to Regina's. We might even see Eunice at the diner. She's probably 120 now, but she's still there. Mm-hmm. And then I see Oregon State stops them on 1st. They throw a pass. The man throws a pass on 2nd down. Nothing doing. Now we've got a false start on 3rd down, and we don't get in. And I know Dan Lanning wants to go for it. I know he does, but he can't justify 4th and goal from the 10.
No.
And they kick the field goal. And I just fell to my knees in the parking lot. Lot L, by the way, which is the Huntley of Missouri tailgate spots.
Of course. You were in the best parking lot.
Well, where else would I be? I mean, I'm playing a 7-game parlay. That's where all the smarts are.
Okay.
So 45-7 would have gotten you home right there.
Yeah. 7-gamer, and my guy Dan Lanning wanted it. What game did you? What game were you sitting with one guy in a cabin in Columbia at 4 o'clock?
Okay, private residence. This was late night. This was late.
I'm on the page.
Yeah,
How
I thought for sure because Auburn gave up the safety to cover for
sure
Oklahoma. I figured that, and they're also the 7 points that Oklahoma won by. SEC issued a statement saying they blew it.
Yeah, this was not a by the numbers
officials.
Bad beat. This was a live bet bad beat. This game took place between.
Oh, Doug.
Colorado State and UTSA.
Oh, Doug, the Rams and UTSA. It's 3 o'clock. I'm 27
What do you
in
know
Columbia.
about UTSA?
It was Fort Collins. It was late night. This was a late night game.
Think of to do in Columbia.
This was a late night game. This is late.
How late?
We're 11:30-ish.
That's not late in Columbia on a Saturday night.
You should be.
You should have been shooting it.
Thank you, Martin.
That's right when you leave.
I don't know what to tell you. This was just what was happening.
Just you and your buddy.
Yeah, and I was. And
Where was his girlfriend?
There's no
there.
girls involved in any of these stories, Tim.
What about the trip to Niagara Falls?
Maybe coming. I bet Colorado State was down 17-10, and I bet Colorado State live money line because they were driving on UTSA late in the game. They had a backup quarterback who had never played before, and he carved through the UTSA defense. They score with 25 seconds left.
Oh, you're cash money.
So I was like, they're going to win.
Now we can go out and see a lady.
They're winning. They're going to kick this extra point, and they're going to win it in overtime. They make the extra point, but wait, UTSA was offsides, so they moved the ball up to the half-yard line, and Colorado State says, we're going to go for it. Instead of putting in the quarterback who just ripped through this defense, they put in a guy who also hasn't played at all this season, a transfer from Akron. And instead of running it up the gut because they moved it up to the half-yard line, they ran some naked boot and ran out of bounds. Ball game. Colorado State loses.
How much that cost you?
It was like a cheap little money line.
You were watching.
Live bet.
You were watching this?
Yes, I was watching
Where
it.
was the game on? Where was that
sad.
televised? I know everything's televised.
It was some ESPN.
Bars are hopping. Everyone's happy.
You should have been knee deep in the sludge.
Yeah, exactly right. I like that. Knee deep in the sludge over at my house.
I know what to tell you.
And you're worried about Colorado State stepping out of bounds. On an extra
In
point.
fairness, he threw it, but it was might as well have just thrown it at the ground. There's no chance. If you're gonna, if the reason you went for it was because they moved it up to the half-yard line, run it up the gut. Why would they run that play? And why would they put in a quarterback who hasn't thrown all night? It was crazy.
Yes, for your money back?
No.
This cost you like $3. And I lost 4 digits because Dan Lanning kicked the field goal.
And here you are unit shaming. Look what it's done to you. Now you're unit shaming.
I'm uncomfortable because it's not about your unit shaming. It's about that on 11:30, 27-year-old in Columbia, Missouri, an hour removed from beating your guy Shane Beamer, earlier Dabo Swinney. You should be bottle service at my house.
Should.
Or at least at Geraldine's Funhouse or whatever the hell it is.
Oh, Regina's Cabaret.
Regina's Cabaret.
I'm going to open up Geraldine's Funhouse right off Business Loop 70.
Geraldine's Funhouse.
Perfect time to be baddie hunting, but this dope's betting on nobodies. Have fun being a virgin for life. That's from Mr. Siders, who usually goes after your 7-iron distance. Now he's going after your social life.
Yeah, he's a comedian, too.
Oh, no.
I always tell the kids, get outside, touch some grass. Jackson, you need to touch some kegs. Get to the bars.
I've been drinking all day.
I don't care.
All day.
Did you really?
Yeah, of course. I was down in Columbia. I was getting
so
after
you were
it.
like coming down then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There was sometimes decisions had to be made. And then you
I
bet
just
Colorado
want you
State.
rubbing shoulders with you're a youngster.
Amen.
Get out there and have a little fun.
Yeah.
And then people go, hey, Papers is here. They announce your arrival.
There are reasons that why I wasn't out, but I'm not going to say it. And
that's exactly what we want to know now.
No, because it's none of anyone's business.
All right, that's fair. The last time we went down this road, there was a legitimate. I'm like, oh, now I feel bad. So.
No, we don't. No one has to feel bad, but there was a legitimate reason.
Okay.
It's because you really wanted to go to Geraldine's Funhouse.
Yeah, but it hasn't opened yet.
Yeah. We're just acquiring the property as we speak.
What were you imbibing during the day? What was your drink?
Beer.
Did you go to tailgate? Did you guys tailgate?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where'd you tailgate? That Lot L's a pony.
I don't know where Lot L is.
Is that behind the construction zone?
Yes, exactly right.
Is that the Carlton vehicle?
Yes, I saw James. God, I saw so many people.
That's a tough one, though. If you get there late, you can't get it because there's so many people. It gets a little congested.
Oh, yeah.
Get there early, park.
We parked over by Middlebush, which looks exactly the same as it did when I was in school there.
Yeah, it did a lot.
And my son, I'll tell you what,
Auditorium.
this is one thing. My son, who left Columbia, Missouri when we drove back yesterday morning, but on Saturday night, he absolutely caught the bug. I mean, which is awesome to see. But if you're an 8-year-old, the tailgating thing, even though people were offering him beers, including his parents, hated it.
Yeah, you just stand around
exactly
with the
right. He goes, all you guys do is sit around and you drink and you talk to people. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of sums her on up.
Yeah.
Sometimes it sucks.
Where's your phone, kid? Play Candy Crush.
Well, that's what. So my wife goes, hey, you just watch the phone. And we had friends with cars, and some kids were hanging out in there. Didn't want to do it.
Yeah, you got to find the kid who's throwing the football around. That's when I was a kid at tailgates.
Adults drunkenly throwing it around.
They'll be even better because those guys will run a route for you.
And he's like,
pop a hammy.
Hey, Dad, I kind of like UTSA on the money line.
Yeah. Where's Jackson? Oh, he's at home with his buddy.
Yeah. Not at that time. I would have been out there hanging around.
It's just disappointing.
I can see the disappointment rushing across your face in me.
And then you just woke up and came home Sunday?
And it came right here.
Oh, that's right. The cut audio.
Slice audio.
This guy.
There's always work to be done.
This guy's committed to the task.
You know what? I take it back. You didn't need to get out and touch kegs or anything. You needed to stay locked in for this task. You needed a good night's rest.
That's right. Thank you, Martin.
Mizzou and Bama's an 11 o'clock kick. It's from the 314.
Yes.
God, I hope that's mentioned in Predictionary. I said the 11 o'clock kick is going to get more and more attention, operating on the premise that Missouri beats South Carolina. And now Missouri's got nothing in between them and October 11th. And I say that with all due respect to Marcus Camby and Lou Rowe and John Calipari and Amherst.
And they made the Final Four, but then it went away. It didn't really happen.
There was a lot of
vacated,
power.
Doug.
Now, if Alabama beats Georgia, and I know Alan Dadeville is very worried about that, and if Alabama beats Diego Pavia, And Alabama's sitting there at number 6, and Missouri at that point's around number 15, and people are going, why the hell is this an 11 o'clock start? Maybe. Well, I'm interested in finding out the why. Why was this game picked months ago to be an 11 o'clock kickoff? What is the talking point as to the why? I, of course, will not hear any talking points. I believe I know, just like when Jaden Daniels got to play an 11 o'clock kickoff in Columbia. You can't tell me if you were there, and I don't know how it looked on television, that a night game atmosphere is the same as an 11 o'clock kickoff. And for most of the SEC schools, it's a noon kickoff, slightly different, but it's such a bang job. I'll bitch about that with the Colonel, but not before we get to him not knowing who Matthew Tkachuk is. He doesn't know what's coming up for him. Yeah. Colonel's coming up next. He didn't know who Matthew Tkachuk is. We'll go after him for that. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, local and founded right here in St. Louis in 1979. Don't you want a local law firm if you need a personal injury attorney, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Brown and Crouppen, part of our community. They value it. 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, Ed Herman in studio because they are local and they just drive right here. It's Brown and Crouppen. Online at brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. Somebody's unhappy with me for not just live betting Oregon State to hedge. It's a great observation. Here's the problem. Oregon State at that point was only getting 27.5. And I did bet Oregon State. So I lost on both ends.
Oh, God, yeah, oh, man.
Yeah, I took the double ender.
Oh, that's brutal. It's Geraldine's Funhouse.
Yeah.
They sell them there.
They do. Yeah, they certainly bring them. Yeah, I'm excited about that. But I would have had more money to acquire Geraldine's Funhouse had Dan Lanning not kicked the I almost dropped an F-bomb. First time in 21 years. That's what it takes. Losing a 7-game parlay for me to somehow... All right, Colonel's coming up next. TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and it's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Easy, fellas. Cardinals, Giants this evening, 8:45 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Cardinals. That was in their Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
A song called Missouri, which I wrote.
Oh, my. What will it be like on Saturday night? Not in Happy Valley, not in Tuscaloosa, not in Bethpage, but in Columbia, Missouri, when the Minutemen charge onto the field, Doug, and Gabe DeArmond is in the press box for UMass and Missouri. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
You excited about the 6 o'clock start for UMass in Missouri?
You know, I told my wife yesterday. I said I got no issue with South Carolina being a 6:30 start. That's cool. Night game. Don't mind getting home at 2 a.m. from that one. A little salty about the whole UMass thing.
I was listening.
I think all games that involve UMass should probably start no later than 6:30 a.m. or perhaps on like Tuesdays.
God. And you got Oregon, Penn State, and Alabama, Georgia going on at the same time.
Yeah, it's. I mean, just think of the dozens of viewers those two games are going to lose to Missouri and UMass on whatever channel that game is on, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's ESPNU for the record. Colonel, I just saw you posted some breaking news on Power Mizzou. Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He's presented by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who I saw on Saturday down there in Lot L. Missouri's 3 annual opponents have been announced, as has the SEC's. What can you tell the people?
Well, to be clear, have not been announced. Chris Lowe, I believe he's with On 3 now, had been with ESPN, put out a list of all of the annual opponents from the league, and then I confirmed with a source that Missouri's will be Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas A&M, which is a bit of a surprise. I thought it would maybe be more South Carolina. I do understand the Big 12 ties with A&M, and I think it's probably a competitive balance thing. Like, A&M's been better than South Carolina over the last few years. You're getting Arkansas, which has been the second worst team in the SEC since Missouri joined, so you probably need like that Tier 2 opponent. If Oklahoma's your Tier 1 opponent, then A&M's Tier 2. So I think that probably has a little bit to do with it. I think A&M's were Texas, LSU, and Missouri, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
LSU, Missouri, Texas, A&M. That's correct for A&M's.
Yeah, and so do need to stress again when Greg Sankey was here for the Kansas game, he stressed that these are going to be annual opponents, not permanent opponents. So what the SEC is going to release tomorrow is a 4-year schedule rotation. Oklahoma, A&M, and Arkansas will be on Missouri's schedule all 4 years, at least assuming Chris's reporting is correct and my source is accurate on it, which I believe him to be, him or her, maybe I should say. But so you're going to get those 3 all 4 years, and then the other 6 games each year are going to be home and homes with, the other 12 teams in the league.
Taking a look at it, for the record, I don't know who got banged harder here. Ole Miss has, or maybe I was on Oklahoma, I'm sorry, has Missouri, Ole Miss, and Texas. That'll put you to the test. Arkansas has Missouri, Texas, and LSU. And taking a look at Alabama.
Ole Miss is interesting. That is not. I don't think I'd have expected that.
That's what I'm saying. That's kind of like the super random one. For the record, South Carolina, who I know a number of people, including myself, thought might be Missouri's. It's Georgia, Florida, and Kentucky. So it does seem like they kind of put programs into categories, and then so like for example, Alabama gets Mississippi State. They lose that LSU rivalry though. Auburn and Tennessee.
Did Tennessee get the best of this? Alabama, Kentucky, Vandy?
Yeah, they get Kentucky and Vanderbilt. That's a nice hit. But Pavia might be there for another decade. So
true, but I find that interesting.
Yeah, Tennessee. That might Jackson. That won't make you happy.
No, but poor Auburn gets Bama, Georgia.
And Ole Miss missed out on Mississippi State?
No, Ole Miss has Mississippi State, LSU, and Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
And Texas has the exact same one as Missouri. A&M, Arkansas, Oklahoma.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I do. I'm glad this is changing in 4 years, though, because, like, I get the Big 12 ties and all that, but from what I've seen, Missouri fans are kind of like, I was hoping for something a little different.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I'm glad it's not just Oklahoma, A&M, Texas. Like, they didn't take the four SEC or the four Big 12 teams and just put them together. But, you know, I don't think Arkansas gets a lot of Missouri fans blood boiling right now, considering it's been fairly non-competitive. I think everybody's happy with OU, but I think Missouri fans would have liked someone other than A&M.
I agree with you on that. The A&M one's a bit of a surprise. The Colonel's with us here, brought to you by James Carlton. I don't know if you would like to issue an apology now or if you want to do it on Twitter, but not knowing who Matthew Tkachuk was on College Game Day.
Just to get out in front of this, I feel 0% bad about that.
Oh.
Like, I feel I don't watch hockey. Why should I know that? I don't have anything against hockey. It's not anything against the city of St. Louis. I don't watch it. The world's best tennis player could have been picking, and I probably wouldn't know that either because I don't watch tennis, you know.
Sounds like you're not sorry at
Alcaraz
all.
or Sinner, Doug? Who do you think that would be?
So it sounds like we won't be getting the apology that we were expecting here. 9 o'clock.
Zero chance.
Zero chance. That sounds like that's out.
Okay.
In fact, every comment about it on Twitter on Saturday made me dig in more. And I like when there's a night game. The best thing is I just have a few hours to sit around and mess with these people on Twitter, and like they don't pay me, so I don't feel bad about it.
No.
The Colonel, what a post-game show it was, Gabe. You and Cody, 1,200 people were hanging around like at 11:30 at night, and got some wonderful voicemails. The super chats are coming in fast and furious. I mean, here we are. It's a wonderful little presentation. I don't know how many TMA listeners were leaving voicemails, but the voicemails were wonderful.
Yeah, some were better than others, I think. One legitimately left me semi-speechless. One or two we had to cut off. But, you know, it was entertaining. We enjoyed it.
I love that post-game show. The UMass post-game show is going to be 2 hours minimum.
All the calls are going to be about Alabama and Georgia, I hope. Look, you should watch Alabama and Georgia on Saturday night. You should not watch.
From the Missouri Athletic Department.
Just into our post-game show to find out real quick, or just sign up for our text alerts to find out the final score or something.
Does UMass have anything at all to be concerned about? Anything?
What can you tell me, Doug, about Bryant College football?
Well, I know these guys will hang in there.
Where are they located, Doug?
They
Rhode Island.
Yes.
Yeah, they beat UMass.
Okay.
So, no, UMass has nothing to be. I can't name a UMass player, and Saturday at 5:59 p.m., I will not be able to name a UMass player.
That's a shot at Grant Jordan, their quarterback.
I don't know who that is.
Look that up.
And
I looked it up.
Does he play with Matthew Tkachuk?
Not at all. Colonel, let's talk about what we saw on Saturday. I was saying this at the outset of the program. I'm following you on Twitter while I'm sitting in the stands watching, and right after the missed extra point, you said, and I have something along the lines of, we have a situation at kicker after the missed extra point. I thought the way that it went down for, I believe, one of your voicemailers on the postgame show called him Robbie Boots or Bobby Boots.
Bobby Boots.
Bobby Boots. I liked it too. To be in a spot where he's kicking a field goal that can win the game, but you don't need to win the game, was about as optimal, because it's still a high pressure kick. It's not like a chip shot like he had earlier in the game, and to be able to execute it and drill the thing on top of it, hopefully that has some return for Missouri when they will actually need it. And I know he got a lot of support from his teammates and from the team following that.
Yeah, no question. And, good for the kid. Look, I can't say whether the extra point was his fault. There's a lot involved in that operation. Could have been a bad snap, could have been a bad hold. I don't know. I didn't go back and watch it, but you should make extra points. He didn't, and they chased that point all night long. And so we were debating in the press box, like, you could see where this final drive was going. And so we were talking, okay, if you're in 4th and 7 from the 20-yard line, do you trust the kid to go kick a 40-yarder, or do you just go for it? And if you don't get it, you trust your defense. And, I think it was a legitimate question, and I thought, because they were in 4th and 10 from the 23, I think you kind of have to kick, but I don't know how I feel about it. And they sent him out there, and it was a no doubter. It split it right down the middle, and so certainly good for him. I don't think that means Missouri's kicking issues are necessarily solved, but you do have some proof of concept now that he's done it.
I thought it was refreshing, Gabe, to hear Drinkwitz say, if I'm being honest, I didn't know he was this good. Coaches never admit to surprise or, we knew he was great. We always said he was great. Why would you say that? I thought that was refreshing, and I think it's fair to say Ahmad Hardy is better than advertised.
No question. He's been everything you could have hoped, but, guys, every carry gets about a yard or two more, at least, than you think it's going to get. It looks like the pile is stopped, and all of a sudden when they spot the ball, it's 2 yards ahead. And, frankly, Jamal Roberts runs the same way. It is very impressive. I think the biggest attribute of this Missouri offense is they don't have very many negative plays. They're not finding themselves. Worst case scenario, they're finding themselves in 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10 on either an incomplete pass, or Hardy or Roberts has managed to get back to the line of scrimmage on a run you thought was going to lose 3 yards. I think it's, Heisman talk in week 4 is too soon. And really, Heisman talk for a running back anytime is too soon, because we all know it's going to a quarterback on a playoff team. That's the way that award works now. As a Heisman voter, I feel like I can say that Heisman voting is generally pretty stupid, and people don't know what they're doing. But I think Ahmad Hardy has been as good as any offensive player in the country that I've seen anyway.
Purvula ran the ball well, too. He had 72 yards. Does he get your Heisman vote?
No, because I think if he's not the offensive MVP on his own team, it would be hard for him to win the Heisman Trophy. And I think that is Hardy. But Bo's had a really good season. And, he ran quite a bit against Central Arkansas, and then he didn't run much at all against KU and Louisiana. And it just strikes me as this is hey, we're going to pull this weapon out when we need it. But our backup is a true freshman, and we're not going to unnecessarily have Bo running around all over the place. So, they needed it a little bit on Saturday night. He had a couple of huge scrambles. He had maybe the best play of the game offensively was the kind of naked bootleg where he faked a handoff and then just came out with no protection to the side and picked up a first down. So he can get it done, and this offense is continues to play very well.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Tell you, Colonel, when you pop on, the YouTube numbers go up. This Colonel, he's having a big year in YouTube. 310 friends have gathered. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Gabe is presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. James had to sit by himself. He gets so worked up during games. Yeah, how about that? 314-961-4800. Go online to carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and he is passionate about Missouri. Also a Power Mizzou sponsor. That's James Carlton. If I were to give you one monster positive takeaway that maybe you didn't see coming going into the game, it would be the performance of Javen Richardson, considering the situation at left tackle with Caden Green. And then one concern, even though it was there following the Kansas game, it's Missouri's secondary. So let's tend to both of those, Colonel.
Yeah, Javen Richardson, look, I was a skeptic going in. I was one of the people that said he's had multiple chances to win the job. He hasn't. They made these moves in fall camp, and I just thought, against this team, I'm not sure this is the situation you want to be in, especially because after Drinkwitz told us, we knew Caden got hurt in practice on Wednesday, but then Eli said on Saturday night that he actually went through the walkthrough on Thursday, and they thought on Thursday he would play. And so what that means is Javen Richardson didn't get first-team reps during practice this week because they went into Friday morning probably thinking Caden Green was going to be the starting left tackle. So makes what he did all that more impressive. I looked it up. I think he allowed one pressure in 32 pass drop snaps or pass protection snaps, which is, phenomenal, lined up against an SEC defensive end. I didn't hear his name, and that's the best thing you can say about an offensive lineman.
I mentioned this earlier, Gabe, but on the broadcast, both pregame, during the game, they kept saying how Sam Horn was the starter. He won the job, but then he got injured, and then Bo Prabula took over. They kept saying it. Have we heard that anywhere else?
Somebody else either said it or wrote it this week, and I don't know where it's coming from. I mean, Bo Prabula started the first game.
Right.
I don't know. I just tell people all the time, if you're going to national people or broadcasters who fly in for 36 hours for a game for your news about a team, not just Missouri, but about any team, that's kind of on you. That said, if you're calling the game, that's not a thing you should say. All you have to look at is who started all four games.
How did Mizzou decide to start drop kicking their kickoffs? What's
we're going to ask about that tomorrow. I wanted to ask about it on Saturday night, but it's kind of one of those things that, right after a game, so many people have questions about things that actually mattered in the game that just wasn't something I was going to spend time on right after the game. But we want to find out. I mean, I don't really know what the thought process is there.
Because they start the game kicking it. They kick off a tee at the beginning.
One of the early kickoffs went 7 or 8 yards deep. I mean, it was a touchback. I didn't notice anything about the kickoffs that told me. I mean, a couple of them were short, but I don't know. I didn't notice anything that told me, oh, this is terrible.
Is it possible the guy who kicks off got hurt? Because they were also saying if this field goal is too long for Mizzou, they're going to bring in somebody else. And could that have been the same guy kicking off?
The guy that kicks off, I guess that what they said on the broadcast was if the field goals were over 37 yards, they were going to use Oliver Robbins. Well, that is the guy who kicks off.
Okay.
So I really don't know.
And then it was a 40-yard field goal, and they seemed surprised that it wasn't Oliver Robbins.
So
and I thought,
hurt.
Well, that was going to be unbelievable. And in this big moment, Meyer, who we've all talked about, wouldn't even been out there. According to
they also were surprised that Sam Horn wasn't starting at quarterback. So maybe we don't need to worry about what they were surprised by.
Here's something else I was surprised about. I thought both those targeting calls that they reviewed, they both looked like targeting to me. It was direct helmet-to-helmet hits. What's the rule on that?
We don't get the broadcast up in the press box anymore. They put the in-house feed, so we don't see a lot of replays. The one where Prabula got hit at the 5-yard line, I thought it would be called targeting, but also when I watched it, I said, I don't know what the defender is supposed to do there. The only reason it was helmet to helmet was that Bo kind of was going down and was, ducking to get down, and he started his slide so late. Like, I don't know how the defender avoids what happened there, but the whole point about targeting has always been you can't legislate intent. It's just, did it happen? And so I was surprised by that one. I never saw a replay of the Marvin Burks one. So and it was on the far sideline. I legitimately, we didn't even know it had happened. They stopped play like 15 seconds later. So I have not seen that one and can't really speak about that one.
And Gabe, did they pull Toriano Pride from the starting lineup? I was going by the broadcast, so I'm afraid now but I think they said he was not in the starting lineup.
Correct. Stephen Hall started at corner with Dre Norwood, and then Pride actually ended up playing more snaps than Norwood. Norwood only had about 28 snaps, so we aren't sure if he may have gotten hurt and, didn't play as much in the second half. It ended up being Pride and Hall mostly in the second half. But, you're talking about that secondary, and, I mean, not even any individual player. Like, they've all been involved in giving up huge plays. So I was saying after the game on Saturday night, I'm not sure what Corey Batoon's fix is other than, hey, you guys have to play better because you can't trade for new guys in the middle. That's the one rule we've still established. You cannot make trades for new guys in the middle of the season. So they play they're clearly not a good zone team. Like, when they play zone defense, guys are just running wide open. By the same token, when you play man defense, you've gotten beat deep sometimes, except at Louisiana, which can't throw the football. So Eli Drinkwitz was pretty irritated about it on Saturday night after the game. I mean, even the questions that were about good things, he eventually kept bringing the answer back to that none of this is going to matter if we're going to give up 300 passing yards every night.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest here. He's with us every Monday and Friday. He's brought to you by James Carlton, joining us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. He's presented by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. So I want to go with a big picture perspective here. Third of the way through the regular season. Things certainly looking incredibly favorable for Missouri to be undefeated when Alabama comes to town. I will be pulling for Alabama on Saturday night. I'll text you with updates while you watch the UMass game, and then I'll also be pulling for Alabama against Vanderbilt to set the stage for a monster game. And I was listening to you on the podcast, you're saying, I don't know how big of a game it can be, relatively speaking, only because it's the sixth game. I do understand where you're coming from on that. So taking the big picture perspective on it, with Alabama, with Auburn, with Vanderbilt, with A&M, with Oklahoma, with Mississippi State, with Arkansas, I find myself as a Missouri fan and citing 2007 and 2013 and 2023 as the high water marks in our lifetime, Gabe. And I would imagine for probably 95% of the people listening, they can all recall those three seasons. I don't know if I can recall looking at the schedule at this point, 4 games in, and looking at a game and going, man, I don't see a game that I view as a, 80 to 90% or more sure loss, i.e., for example, Georgia in 2023. That would have been highly, highly unlikely. 2007, at this point in the season, they still had to go to Norman, Oklahoma. 2013, they still had to go to Georgia at this point. So they did wind up winning that one, of course, before losing to South Carolina. My point being, on the other side of it, I feel like there are a bunch of games that they can lose. But at the same time, I would consider every game to be winnable. And that's a weird spot as a Missouri fan and also somebody who does a show. How do you view it?
I mean, they can win every game on the schedule. I don't think this is a 12-0 football team. But individually, when you look at them, yeah, I mean, Alabama coming here, Alabama's a good team. There's no question. I think Alabama probably will still be favored by a little bit, I guess, unless they just get, steamrolled by Georgia this weekend. Because I know, they set lines based on we won it 50-50, and I think if you favor Missouri over Alabama, you're going to get a lot of people just automatically putting money on Alabama. But, yeah, you look at every game, and you can see a fairly logical path to victory. That said, I think Massachusetts and – not quite. I mean, Mississippi State isn't on the UMass level, but that is still a game that I think Missouri should certainly handle its business. Outside of that, I mean, again, I don't think they're losing all 5 of the other games, but I think they are all losable. I think their season now comes down to A&M, Auburn, Oklahoma, Vandy, and Arkansas. I mean, you've got to be 3-2 in those games.
And if Hardy or Pribula were to go down, all bets are off, I suppose.
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, injuries can change everything, and hey, they can happen, and who knows? I mean, same token, who knows who gets hurt on other teams. So, and that's the other thing. I mean, we're talking about games 6 weeks in the future. Who knows what either team's going to look like by then? I mean, I don't even know who might be coaching Arkansas by the time Missouri plays them after the way the last couple of weeks have gone.
And I think the general point that I'm attempting to get at is if you gave me the choice of is Missouri a 4-loss team or a 1 or 0-loss team, and I got to pick one or the other, first off, I could see both happening. But I think I would probably go toward the latter, which I realize would probably be unpopular with Missouri, but I got to tell you what I think, or Missouri fans, I should say, because of the depth in there. But it also speaks to, I see in your column this morning, you did your SEC rankings. I think if you asked SEC media to rank the top 5 teams in the SEC, you'd certainly get different orders. And you might get some different teams in there. The point I'm trying to make is the number 1 team I don't think is crystal clear. Some people might click to, well, Georgia, clearly. But as you point out, Tennessee probably should have won that game. Or they would point to LSU. And now LSU's wins against Florida and Clemson look a hell of a lot different than they did when you looked at the schedule before the season. And maybe people weren't even thinking about Oklahoma. Now Oklahoma's in the mix, and they might not have been thinking about Missouri. And they're in the mix. What about Ole Miss? What about A&M? They went to South Bend, Indiana. Is Notre Dame good? I mean, they just gave up a bunch of points to Purdue after losing to A&M and to Miami. So I'm not sure who is truly great at this point, whether it be generally in college football or even in the SEC.
Yeah, I think the top 11 teams in this league, everybody would agree on, right? I mean, I think South Carolina, Arkansas, Florida, Mississippi State, and Kentucky are the bottom 5 teams in this league, according to pretty much everybody. The top 11, if you ask 90 different people, you're probably going to get 88 different orders of those teams. I mean, I did mine. I have Georgia 1, in large part, like you said, they're Georgia. They win games they're supposed to win, and usually win the games that are a toss-up at the end. I have LSU 2. I don't really know that I believe it. I think you could take 2 through 10 and kind of throw them in a hat, 2 through 9 anyway. I mean, I think I had Alabama 8 and Texas 9, and I think they're better than that. But somebody has to be 8 and 9, which is why if somebody does that ranking and has Missouri 10 or 11, I know Missouri fans would get furious, but somebody has to be 10 or 11, and I don't think 10 or 11 is all that different than 3 or 4. And I don't see anybody getting through this thing undefeated. That's why, if you said 8-4 or 12-0, give me 8-4 because I just don't see anybody going through this thing undefeated because I don't think there's a big separation between all those teams. And the odds say that if you play games against 5 or 6 of those other teams, you are going to lose somewhere along the line. So, I think Missouri's season at this point to me comes down entirely to find a way to 10-2.
Yeah.
I don't really care what the way is. Find a way to 10-2, and I think you're probably one of those last 12 teams.
I would agree with that perspective. The Colonel, Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton, online at carltoninsurance.net. You can read the Colonel at Power Mizzou. Gabe, always appreciate the time, love the postgame show, and really looking forward to sitting in Las Vegas in my hotel room and watching the postgame show on Saturday night after the UMass game.
That is, Tim, that's such a terrible statement on what your plans are for the weekend. I hope you don't
cut that off.
Just watch it on Sunday morning.
Well, Jackson was sitting in a cabin in Columbia, Missouri on Saturday night, live betting money lines for Colorado State and UTSA at 11 o'clock.
So it could be more sad.
Look, when you put this episode out on this segment on podcast, just title it like things we should never have admitted on live radio.
That's a long list.
That might be what KG in O-Town calls it.
I don't.
Colonel, always enjoy it. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, have a good one.
See you, Gabe. There he is, Gabe DeArmond here on TMA, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Jackson, Mississippi State's getting 8.5 against your favorite team in the SEC, the Tennessee Volunteers. What do you want?
Send Stark Vegas.
Aye.
Tennessee's laying 8.5.
Aye.
I'll take the Vols. It's not stinky enough for me to take Mississippi State.
It's not stinky enough, Doug.
I don't know.
If it was like 4.5, I would take the Bulldogs.
What about Kenny D?
Yeah.
He didn't survive.
They won against Baylor.
Well, you talk about
Baywa. They got a quarterback, Sawyer Robinson, or Robertson. Yeah, I'll take the Vols. I think Hype will roll them.
All right.
Look at Bama's gauntlet, though. I mean, they've got Georgia on the road. They come home, but it's Vandy.
Yeah.
Then they go to Mizzou. Then they come home, but it's Tennessee. Then they go to South Carolina. Then they've got LSU at home. Then they've got Oklahoma. It's like they
got War Eagle too.
They could lose. Yeah, they could lose 3, 4, 5 games. I mean, hell, who knows?
What's that Ole Miss number at?
What are we talking about right now, Papers?
The Ole Miss number for LSU this weekend. Sorry.
Oh, we left the crowdsourcing industry years ago.
I got it. 2.5. Ole Miss minus 2.5.
Okay.
Why don't you stay away from that? Get out and touch some grass this weekend, son.
I don't know. Ole Miss looked really good against Tulane.
Go play a little pickup basketball,
really good. I'm always down to play pickup.
He doesn't want to go outside.
Nonsense. I was outside the whole day.
Okay. We haven't even talked about the uniforms. Mizzou looked great from the waist
Block
up.
him.
The helmet perfect. The jersey perfect. I'd rather see old gold pants in black, but I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll tell you what bothers me. Football players wearing shorts. Some look like they're wearing boy shorts. They don't all do it. I'm looking at pictures right now. Some still have the knee pads. Some are in shorts. I don't get it.
A lot of guys are pulling it up over the knee.
You would think that would hurt every time you go sliding onto the turf. You think that would hurt your knee.
But they often wear like that, like the leggings underneath.
But a lot of them don't.
Yeah, you're right. Well, they're just built different, you know? A strawberry isn't going to keep them off the football field.
No, but you'd think you'd want to protect yourself to maybe avoid injury.
I saw the Block M, and I thought of Doug. I really did.
Doesn't it look good?
Yeah.
That's what they're supposed to look like.
You think they're going Block M permanently?
Drink loves the Block M. He would prefer it to always be the Block M.
What about when Roll Tide rolls to town? I mean, that's a uniform.
Yeah.
That's a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll probably go. I just pray they don't go yellow jerseys for that game.
Oh, yeah, they could look like bumblebees, maybe. Stop it.
That's the worst one they have when they go yellow jersey, black pants.
Was that Florida 2013?
I don't know the years, Tim.
I saw Illinois tweeted out
Michael
before the
Waka
game.
started that day, game 2 of the Dodgers series, I think.
Illinois said, we're bringing back the script, and it was the script Illinois helmet. I'm like, after that game, maybe throw it away.
And I have to tell you, when I was watching, went back to rewatch, I mean, I rewatch college football games. How nerdy is that? It's not as nerdy as live betting Colorado State on Saturday night in Columbia.
Watch that tape. Oof.
Yeah. Oof. But I'm like, ooh, I like that Illinois helmet. I don't know where Illinois fans are on it.
Anytime you're using script, I think Mississippi State might have the best helmets of a non-classic SEC helmet. Mississippi State.
Hold on, we categorize it as non-classic.
Well, yeah,
SEC
like Bama
helmet.
and
You're taking them off the table.
Bama, Florida, probably Georgia, although Georgia's not for me.
Wow, Georgia uniforms. And do they call those the Silver Bridges?
Yeah. Alan Dadeville, big fan of you, but it's the Georgia uniform.
So what's this category again?
Non-classics. Non-classics.
Okay.
Mississippi State, I think. The state on the side of the helmet looks awesome.
Okay.
The best helmets are Notre Dame and Michigan.
The Nebraska-Michigan game was an outstanding uniform bowl. That was
a uniform bowl.
That was a great looking game. It was a great looking game. It looked great.
It was a uniform bowl.
Did you stare daggers at Shane Beamer all night?
I'd be lying if I didn't say after South Carolina failed to, they went 4 and out after the made field goal by Bobby Boots, that I didn't start yelling, "See you later, Shane."
Oh, you went after him.
You think he heard you?
I don't think he'll be back in Columbia.
No,
you think he's
not
gone?
for a while.
I think by the next time South Carolina would come to town, I do not believe he'll be coaching them anymore.
Nobody's ever been fired more than Mike Gundy's going to be fired.
He's so fired.
I saw Brian Dable last night. I thought, didn't Papers fire this guy last year?
Fired. He's all but fired.
Well, you had, who'd you fire that I jumped your ass for? And then he won a Super Bowl. Can't think of
Nick
his name.
Sirianni.
Nick Sirianni, yeah.
Yeah. I said Philly people wanted him fired. I didn't want him fired.
So you think Sunbelt Billy will be gone?
Yeah.
Sammy C. Cups?
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be coaching when Mizzou heads it down to Fayetteville.
The American Wine, Shane Beamer, gone?
Shane Beamer. Can I make a long-term plan predictionary?
Ooh, sure.
Within the next 3 years, so 2028, by the end of 2028, Dabo Swinney will be the head coach of LSU or Alabama. There it is. Within 3 years.
Why would you say that when they're on a rough start to this season?
When who? Clemson's off to a bad start?
Yeah.
Because I think he'll eventually leave there. I don't think they'll fire him. I think he'll leave. And I think he'll either
And he'll
go to-
still have enough cachet to get a
by
big
the
job.
time, he might even sit out a year and wait till DeBoer gets fired or Kelly gets fired. And then one of those two will have him.
I don't know if the Alabama situation is going to allow Kalen DeBoer to stick around. I'm not putting dirt on it, but that's a situation when Martin just went through that schedule.
Right.
And how angry they already are about it.
And if that's the case and DeBoer, that seat's vacated, then Swinney's like, all right, I'm out. And then Alabama.
I don't know if Alabama would hire him right now. His equity is...
That's what
They're going to want drink.
Yeah, I think if your
Drink
guy
to Alabama, Jackson. What do you think?
Okay.
about that?
If your guy at Clemson
See, he's got that
is
fancy
run
car.
off, I don't think he's going to have enough juice. Even though he's got the great resume, I don't think I don't think he can sell that. And down there, fan base is a big part of the hire. I don't think he could.
But
do
he's
that.
from Alabama.
I know. I don't.
Another hot coach will emerge in 3 years.
But I don't think they want another hot coach. DeBoer was the hot coach.
I know.
I
That's
think
who
they
they
want a
hire.
guy who's a proven winner, national
There will
championship
not
winner.
be another guy from north of the Mason-Dixon line hired in the SEC in our lifetimes.
And Dabo certainly fits.
Joe Moorhead, Brian Harsin, Kalen DeBoer.
No one got it worse than Harsin. A bad deal.
They wanted him out the moment they heard him pronounce words properly. Doug, Mark Hanna is from Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 314-889-0503 presents Jeremy Rutherford on Wednesday, and he's online at evergreen-ws.com. That's Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's a delightful gentleman, and I'm telling you, get yourself a financial advisor. I look forward to looking at my budgets. I look forward to tracking this stuff, and you're trained to do that, and it puts you in such a great spot. It's like, okay, I'm saving this much. We're investing here. Here's where, and you just got to get in the right mindset, and that's what having somebody like Mark Hanna can do for you. Plus, he customizes plans specific to the individual's goals. It's 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. The program's TMA. It's 101 ESPN. And this Papers is on a high.
They're not exactly enjoying your take on Dabo going to Alabama, though.
Why?
I believe it's referred to as a stupid take a couple of different ways, but
well, I guess only time will tell.
We'll find out.
Only
it's
time
a 3-year
will tell.
play.
But here's the thing: is if it happens, it won't be like, oh wow, Jackson was right. Everyone will be like, I don't remember you saying that. Good thing there's audio of it.
He'd have to put together a couple of really good seasons to be in the mix for that kind of thing.
Dabo Swinney?
Yeah.
This guy's a multiple-time national champion.
Well, I know, but now this year he's what, 0-3 or
I can't believe you don't see this.
Oh, I mean, I know that they're down on him now, but like, if you're Alabama and DeBoer doesn't work out, wouldn't you want someone exactly like Dabo Swinney?
So let's say he goes 7-5 this year, which probably might be asking a lot. At this
Which
point,
one,
actually.
DeBoer or Dabo?
No, Dabo. Operating on the premise that DeBoer would get whacked.
Right.
Okay, if we're just to... You think that Alabama would turn to Dabo Swinney at a 7-5 Clemson?
Yes.
I will love to wait. I'll give you 2-1. You didn't even ask for it.
But so many things would have to fall right for me to like. We'll see on that.
I mean, is that called retreating from a take?
No, but what if DeBoer doesn't get fired? Then like it's a void.
Well, of course.
Okay, all right, then yeah, I'd be interested.
He's just got like a hostile takeover.
If he doesn't get fired,
I think Bama.
The whole premise is the man's fired.
I don't know. Dabo seems like a lifer kind of guy. He's from Alabama. He's had
but his stock is down.
Proven track of winning.
His stock is down.
And if anything, the criticism of him is he hasn't adapted to this era.
For sure. But listen, no one, first of all, no one has to tell me the downsides of Dabo Swinney. I know them well.
What spot you're in. You're sitting here passionately going all for Dabo Swinney and the most glamorous guy.
I also said Alabama or LSU. I said either one. I think they want a guy who's actually won national championships and someone who's like with the culture, like someone who isn't like the fan base can get behind immediately.
Put your money where your mouth is. $5K on Swinney never coaching at Alabama or LSU. Yasiel the Boy Puig wants a $5,000 bet with you.
Here's what we love in American sports, just American culture in general. We love to build somebody up, tear them down, and then build them back up again.
That's right.
And we are currently in the tear down of Dabo portion. I am leading the charge on tearing him down. But then someone's got to build him back up, and it's either going to be Bama or LSU.
So you are accepting the $5,000 wager with Yasiel the Boy Puig?
We'll talk numbers.
I will take your $5K. I will take his $5K, and we will have the Board of Aldermen handle it. And in 2 years, we will have $10,000. Because why allow that money?
You'll have nothing, and you'll be in hock. Dabo would have made sense 2-3 years ago. He would have been the logical guy.
Mm-hmm.
But now,
it was pointed out they didn't want him then.
Yeah. Since he's on track to have a season.
Who said they didn't want him? Who didn't want them?
That was Mailman Rob.
Oh, so per Mailman Rob, the Crimson Tide didn't want Dabo Swinney. Yeah, I'm gonna need someone else on that one.
All right.
Harris's brother Master wants money on this as well. You've got a lot of people who are interested. This could be a big hit for you.
Where do people think Dabo's going to go?
Well, just because they're not going to hire him at Alabama or LSU doesn't mean that he doesn't have marketability, but those are two of the premier jobs.
Who's more likely to wind up at Alabama, Dabo or Drinkwitz?
Dabo, way more.
Well, in your mind, he's more
about?
likely than every other coach.
Yeah, correct.
I don't know. I think Drinkwitz is probably hotter right now than Dabo Swinney is.
Yes, I agree. 100%. 100%.
The track record.
100%. You're absolutely right there, Doug. Yes, he's a hotter coach. But Alabama picked the hottest coach, and so far they're not thrilled about it.
No.
I think they would rather have a guy who's been more consistent in his reign.
They're not going to ever hire someone that's going to repeat what they had before.
Right. You can't replicate that.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Jackson, it was a really dumb take. Just take the L, dude. That's Harris's brother, Master. I love you, Jackson, but Jesus, this is a bad take. That's from the Warren
Would
County.
you like to wear my hot take mittens?
No, I don't.
Okay.
It's just inside 3 years. The clock starts now. The clock starts now. That's what I gave the take.
Okay.
I'm not retreating.
I pitched.
I'm not retreating now. That was the original take. Alabama
It's rare
or
that
LSU.
a hot take is a 3-year hot take.
Alabama or LSU.
Place on hold.
I didn't call it a hot take.
Vaughn Herrera wins a batting title. Book it in the next 36 months.
Yeah. Well, okay. I didn't. I just gave it out as a thought. People are assigning it a hot take. I don't mess with labels.
Jackson's ranking hot coaches again. Lindy Ruff caused quite the controversy last year. It's from Starvin Marvin. Yeah, when the NHL season got underway last year, Martin, Jackson ranked the 5 hottest NHL coaches, and kind of in a very odd ranking. Older gentleman, Lindy Ruff, who I think was 67 at the time, was Jackson's hottest NHL coach.
One of the 4 hottest.
One of the 4. So there was a ranking. Okay,
There
those
was.
final
There was.
4.
Well, Jamie Rivers was texting me just appalled when that was going on.
Well, there's 2 different Lindy Ruffs. There's Lindy Ruff with no hat, and then there's Lindy Ruff with the hat.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Oh, clip that off.
What sort of hat do you find attractive?
Well, he wears a ball cap, and he looks great in the ball cap. There's some guys who just look great in ball caps. And Lindy Ruff's one of them.
Oh, my.
I guess I got to update that list when the season starts.
Such a dumbass. I got $5K on this bet, too. Mr. Siders, Jackson, you need to raise some capital. And if you do, you're going to be in a nice position when Dabo goes to Baton Rouge or Tuscaloosa.
Okay, let's play it out.
Ricky Putz. I don't hate the take.
Thank you, Ricky Putz.
Ricky Putz.
Great guy. He can roll the rock. Finally, someone with some sense on my side. Let's play it out. Like, if Alabama were to fire Kalen DeBoer, would they do the exact same thing they did where they just pick the hot coach at that time who's not from the area or doesn't speak like everybody? Or would they go with someone who's been a proven winner who talks like he's from Alabama and wants to, like, build up the culture of Alabama football?
From the 425, Jackson is correct here. Alabama and LSU prefer pedigree. He's the biggest pedigree out there now on a hot seat.
I wouldn't say this unless both of them chose the hot coach, not from the area, just the hottest at that time. And if both Kelly and DeBoer don't work out, they won't want to repeat the same mistake. So they would go with someone who's a little bit more proven, a little bit more like, hoorah, fire up.
Hoorah.
Doug's Plump Twinkie. I'm generally on board with piling on Jackson, but this is not too crazy of a take. Here you are getting momentum.
They're turning. Here we go.
You got some momentum here.
I might be little Finebaum.
Right. Little Finebaum. I don't think it's an absurd take. I just don't see it as being likely.
All right, we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. We will see.
God,
and again, I'm like the world's biggest Dabo hater. Like here I am campaigning.
What about Shane Beamer going to Tuscaloosa?
That'd be awesome.
Dino Bravo. I agree with Jackson. Makes sense.
Whatever the Power Mizzou equivalent is for Alabama, I would subscribe for 3 years if Shane Beamer became the head coach of the Crimson Tide. I'd live on that site.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. Whoa!
Was that the mic?
The mic collapsed.
The apparatus?
Stand has collapsed.
It's got to.
Is my mic working now?
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear it?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Playing hurt. The microphone.
Gosh, Doug is going to do some replacing here while I hold the mic. Like I'm doing material
like
at the
game
Garden. Like I'm Bob Barker.
It does feel a little old school, Mikey.
I was going to throw to Doug to do a live read, but now he's being Schneider from One Day at a Time.
He's busy as the handyman.
I think we need the insatiable Craig Rutledge.
Wow. We've got equipment issues.
He's probably busy.
APB to the insatiable Craig.
Did Jackson's hot take melt the stand?
I bet the people at Schaefer Door could fix it.
There you go.
That's
a pro's pro.
They fix garage doors. I bet they could fix a simple microphone. That'd be nothing for the people at Schaefer Door. You throw a garage door problem or a microphone problem at Jason Gosfrow and his team, and they got you covered. That's SCHAEFER. Let's spell it correctly.
Do it.
Schaefer, SCHAEFER. Only one F. Best to call or text if you need them. 636-723608. That will get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage doors are strong, quiet, and versatile, and they have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. For whatever reason, doors, when they break, they usually happen over the weekend. If you run a business or a warehouse with those big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members working there, Big enough for any job to get done, small enough that when you call them, you'll talk to an actual person. The service tech's not commission-based. Again, that's Schaefer Door, the website schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. Design Air is sponsor of the email today. That's coming your way 10:45 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, I know you got onboarding in 2 minutes. I don't know if you're heading out for onboarding. Or
is this post-game right now? Is this ball knowers? Where are we? Where are we
in the Stiefel dossier?
Yeah. Well, wherever you want to be.
Wherever you want to be.
We could be post-game.
There's also one called College Football Clutter.
It's just alliteration. I got a question regarding something that's going on with my Instagram right now. I don't know if you remember Lana Rhodes.
Yes.
She got locked out and it was very emotional. I don't know what's going on, but I got a live situation. I feel like this might be a Chairman Kurt spot. I feel like he would be our social media correspondent. But I want to tend to that. And then Martin, College Football Clutter is also coming up. So much still to get to here on the program.
And we got to say, onboarding this week, we're saying farewell to Heim because
he's going to become the president of baseball operations.
Next week he will be at the podium answering your questions. I don't want to get Brian Kelly'd by him, so I probably won't ask the first question. Why'd you trade Mookie Betts? That's from listener Keith Kachuk. If you could, just real quick. We'll get to all of that with Heim next week, so it's a farewell to Heim. We'll probably have cake on Friday.
Ooh, cake on Friday for onboarding. Closing out the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson does not like this song.
No, I like this one. It's TNT I don't like.
And you don't like that Missouri comes out TNT?
No, they come out to Thunderstruck. They play TNT. They turn the lights off too much. We do it for swag surfing. You're doing it for Mr. Brightside. Doing it for, there's another one they did it for. Loses some of its luster.
Wow.
Mr. Brightside still bangs, though. That's great.
It's an opportunity for heavy petting.
It's true. It's true.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, look over on your right. It's not Martin Kilcoyne. It's James Carlton.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, James.
What is going on, gentlemen? How we doing?
James, we differ on my perspective that I shared with the Colonel. That if I had to bet a material amount of money, and I don't have Jackson's money, but something that matters to a meat and potatoes guy like me and everybody in the audience, and I got the choice of Missouri undefeated or 1 loss, or I got the choice of Missouri with 4 losses as to what I think is going to happen in the regular season, the 12 games. I hate to do it, but I would take the 4 losses. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but if I'm given the choice of 1 loss or undefeated, and again, that's not necessarily a Missouri thing so much as I'm looking at everything after UMass going, they can lose those games. And I include Mississippi State in there, by the way. I don't think it's likely, but at the same time, the weird thing is I look at it and I go, I think they can win all of those games too. So it's a really weird spot. I don't recall it ever in my years as a Missouri fan looking at it that way.
Well, if you look over the last few years, those games that they are either 50-50s or should win, they've won them all. And they're really good at close games. And what they have going this year...
So you looked at South Carolina last year as a loss?
No, that was one as a 50-50 that they lost, but that was the only one that I guess we can look to over the last few years that, a 50-50 game that they lost. They have a run defense that is the best I've seen as a Missouri fan. They have a run offense, which is rolling right now. And those two things, even if a team is passing all over the place like Lenore Sellers was, he's got to tip your cap sometimes. He's a really, really good player. But even on the road, let's just say Auburn's doing that to him, or Oklahoma's, getting 350, 400 yards. Mizzou's having these drives that are 9, 10, 12 plays that are grinding clock. They're dominating the time possession in every single game. That's going to keep it close. And so if you keep those games close, and they've shown that they have the pedigree to win close games, and we got, maybe the greatest kicker of all time now.
Yes, Bobby Boots.
That's a recipe that I think I'd lean more toward a 1-loss season than a 4-loss season, just because, like you said, there's not a game on the schedule that we historically would look at and say, there's probably a highly unlikelihood they're going to win that game. I don't see that right now. Yeah. But they do. I mean, Vanderbilt, Oklahoma, Auburn, some of those 50-50 games, they are truly 50-50 games. If not, I think Mizzou is definitely an underdog on the road in the Plains and in Norman, and probably likely an underdog right now in Nashville. Wouldn't you say?
Well, that's interesting. I think they would be. I agree with you.
I think as of right now they would. Now Vanderbilt's got a gauntlet in October. So, I mean, if by the time Mizzou rolls there, they're only at 1 loss, I mean, that is a really, really impressive Vanderbilt team. Because they have Texas, Bama, I think LSU, and Missouri.
Dear God. I know they go to Tuscaloosa to start the month.
Yeah, and they're going to be out for blood, obviously. If they hang tight in that game, even keep it close, I'd be very impressed by Vanderbilt.
Any chance that we've got Mizzou a little overrated?
Sure.
In light of close calls against Kansas and South Carolina, both those games could easily have gone the other way.
Without question. But then you also have to give them the credit for they were down in both those games. They don't panic. They keep running the same plays and have a nice balance between run and pass. And I just can't be more impressed with how they've handled that. The secondary is a challenge right now. But at the end of the day, I mean, some guys are going to make some plays. I'm most, I guess, disappointed in Jalen Catalon. I mean, you don't see him involved much at all. He was a highly touted transfer from UNLV. And you see it all the time on NFL Sundays and college football Saturdays where quarterbacks are thrown into triple coverage. When they're thrown at Mizzou, if there's one guy there, we're grateful. There's never multiple guys. Where is Jalen Catalon? This is supposed to be like an All-American type free safety, and I just haven't seen him.
Are you going to the UMass game?
Of course not. Now, I'm not going to be in a hotel room in Vegas, but I will be locked in.
Doesn't sound like a true son to me.
What were you watching? Oregon, Penn State, and Georgia, Alabama?
Oh, all that, and the Ryder Cup. But, Doug, it's brilliant by the university to schedule homecoming for that game because it will sell out. At least, on paper it will.
Oh, yeah.
And I got rid of my tickets, easily. There are people that want to go down just for that game to get drunk and, be there for homecoming. That's not. Sure. I'm more of a Missouri football fan than like a Missouri alum fan.
My family invaded James's cooler in Lot L on Saturday.
They just happened to walk by.
And you were kind enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
My son, I don't know what he walked out of there with.
I think he had a root beer.
He had a root beer. I was enjoying a libation, some other booze for my wife. And James was like, oh, yeah, have at it.
Yeah, we were packing up. You said the funniest thing about your son, like, what is this tailgating thing? Yeah. We got there at 2 o'clock. By about 2:45, they were in the car with the air conditioning on. Like, what are we doing here?
Just watching TV or whatever the hell they were watching.
They were not as excited about just being on a glorious Saturday afternoon as I was. And then, I did tell Tim I was going to sit by myself, and my son was adamant that he wanted to sit with Dad.
Oh, is that right?
He wanted to sit with Dad.
That's got to be a heartwarming thing.
And I'm like, yes. And he was so fired up. He's shaking those black pom-poms. He's fired up. I showed Doug a picture 5 minutes before kickoff. No joke, 5 minutes after kickoff, he was laying on the ground asleep. And he slept through the entire first half on the ground. Thank God nobody had to get up and pee.
Did he wind up live betting Colorado State's money line too?
That's why he was taking a little snooze because he wanted to make sure he was up for that.
How old is he to fall asleep during a game?
5.
Wow, were you shocked by that?
Very much so, because it's
pretty loud.
Yeah. Hey, Jamie Rivers just texted me. He is now a client. I'm proud I brought you two together. I don't know. He said you can talk. As I was going to weave it into a live read because I don't know. But Jamie's like, go ahead and you can bring it up. James hooked me up big time. Jamie Rivers he's a man in love with James Carlton, and that means I'm fighting Jamie Rivers now for James Carlton's affection.
Really? Yeah, there we go.
There's a love triangle here on 101 ESPN.
Some significant savings for Jamie. We're pleased. That's not a guarantee for anybody, but that's what my call to action is. Hey, just take a couple minutes. Go to carltoninsurance.net or call or text 314-961-4800. And within a few minutes, you're either going to confirm you already have a great deal, or you're going to save meaningful money. This isn't $10 a month that Jamie saved. It was meaningful money.
Significant.
And for the Tiger fans out there, if you mention Mizzou, we actually make a contribution to Mizzou's NIL just by getting a quote. So let's help retain this Nick Rodriguez, who looks like a player.
He was all over the place.
Donovan Alubade. These guys are you got to pay these guys every year as their contracts come up, and we want to keep them in Columbia. So we're trying to do our part.
So James is saving Jamie Rivers money, and he's getting Missouri taken care of in the NIL as well.
Well, Jamie was catching some shrapnel from Mizzou fans a few weeks ago.
I would imagine this afternoon's fast lane is going to be quite a little scene with Kerry Davis tending to the Illinois situation, and then Missouri fans mad at Kerry Davis. I guess I still don't really know. Did you understand? Jamie's a client. I listened to what he said. I didn't really think it was that big of a deal.
No, they were just like,
so you're in agreement on that.
No, they're saying it's Kansas, and I'm kind of with you. Now, you have to realize, for me, heading into that game, the risk of loss was so much greater than the thrill of win. Like, if they would have lost that game, the devastation I would have felt never was going to be close to the, what's the right word? The thrill of winning that game.
The ecstasy.
Yeah, the ecstasy.
Nice papers.
Yes.
You know a lot about ecstasy.
So that was one I just did not want that one. Did not want that L on the books there.
And I'll say this, by the way, I think Kansas is pretty good.
Yeah, they rolled West Virginia this week.
Keep an eye on Rock Chalk Jayhawk. Missouri fans might be in a weird spot of pulling for Kansas.
Sure.
But that's great. That's got memories of 2007. You want to pull for Kansas because that would look good for Missouri.
This whole season kind of feels like 2007 with the free-for-all that is college football right now.
That's it. I was saying, if we all wrote down right now our top 5 in college football, I promise you it wouldn't be the same. I think we could even write down our top 5 in the SEC, and I don't know if it would be the same. It certainly wouldn't be the same order.
Yeah,
I really believe that, because you can make a case for so many different teams. I think I would have Texas Tech in the top 5, but that sounds so ridiculous, and I understand it. And Vanderbilt, I'm not saying they're top 5, but Vanderbilt's doing to teams what great teams do. They're beating the hell out of them. I realized that was Georgia State, but they beat the hell out of Virginia Tech and Blacksburg, and I realized Virginia Tech's garbage, and they beat the hell out of South Carolina, and obviously you see what Lenora Sellers brings to the table with his throwing. That wasn't the same guy running the football on Saturday night, but some of the passes that he was able to make. At the same time, man, he takes some sacks.
Oh.
That first and goal at the 2, the fact they didn't get the end zone. That was the difference in the game.
Truly,
Inexcusable.
I agree with you.
Inexcusable.
It was, first goal from the 2. They're going to take the lead in the third quarter. Next play, it's second goal from the 20.
Yeah, that was something else. He took some sacks, but also credit to Missouri's defensive front. James, anything else to tend to outside of the fact that you're saving Jamie Rivers ridiculous amounts of money and you're believing in the fight Tigers?
No, just how random this college football season is, and we all like Stanford Steve. Preseason, I think his top 3 were Clemson, Notre Dame, and Bama.
I was high on Clemson. I was high on South Carolina. So I'm lighting it on. That's documented on the FanDuel spread zone. So I've got to eat that. And Riz has got to eat 0-7 this past week. That Stalter's on a heater, though. Beware that Stalter.
Okay.
I want him to be 5-2 because that means I'm 3-4 because we've got the same thing tonight, Doug. Lions, Ravens, over. And you want it, too, because you need Jared Goff to get you 8 points.
8 points would be nice.
Oh, I think he's got that.
I think you're in a pretty good spot. I need Lamar Jackson to outperform Derrick Henry. I think it's me and Tanner, 2 undefeated franchises in the 101 league.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's got Derrick Henry. I got Lamar Jackson. I think we're neck and neck for tonight's festivities. James, always appreciate it, man.
Likewise.
Thanks so much.
It's September 22nd, and believe it or not, there's 3 weeks until a meaningful football game.
I know.
Isn't that weird?
It's it truly is.
You guys take care.
There he is. That's James Carlton,
Thanks,
CarltonInsurance.net. I'll ask Jay. I'm going to lean on Jackson. Jamie just said the man saved me almost $600 a month. So if Jamie's volunteering it, I'll share it. I knew it because we had talked about it.
Right.
So now and then James just has a knowing smile and he's walking out on that one.
Look at that.
That's the way. And he just tipped his cap. He just tipped his cap.
You're the man, James.
$600 a month. So is $7,200 worth 2 minutes to you? I know it's not to you.
I took care of that in Colorado State.
That's right. But for everybody else, just beating potatoes, people. 314-961-4800. And as James said, he's not necessarily going to be able to do that for everybody, but that's what you're talking about here. Why not spend 2 minutes and call 314-961-4800 and see what the man can do for you? I mean, he's been my guy for 6 years. I love seeing all these TMA listeners support the sponsors. James, there you go. That's $7,200 annually. He is saving people. Dr. Brandon Pryor is online at 100 West Dental. .com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, and he has offices on Manchester and Baldwin that you would look at and you go, it looks like some kind of technology office. No, it's a dentist's office. You wouldn't believe it. It's 100 West Dental.com. No dental insurance, that's not a problem. He has a membership plan that aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance, and they have an offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you the simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. Just go to 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. I fear that I've got a situation going on with Instagram, and I need you boys to figure this out.
What's going on?
I don't know, but I got to tell you here. We're going to figure this out here on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Mizzou gets the win in football, but a basketball victory also in the offseason as head coach Dennis Gates secures another 4-star recruit. Aiden Chronister will join the Tigers 2026 class. That makes Missouri's recruiting class in basketball the #1 in the country. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Little Jackie Papers on the 1s and 2s, and Chairman Kurt slides into the dais when Martin goes to these onboarding meetings. Chaim Bloom's final week running onboarding, Doug, before he starts running the Cardinals. John Mozeliak in studio tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Adam Wainwright at 8 o'clock. Brad Thompson at 10 o'clock. If you missed anything earlier on the program, Gabe DeArmond and Chris Kerber with us on today's show. I got a question, and I'm going to yield to Doug, Little Jackie Papers, and Chairman Kurt. Chairman Kurt is more active on social media than I am, and Jackie Papers represents the Youngs. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on, but something is happening where a bunch of people who I don't necessarily know are all of a sudden following me, and I was like, okay, I guess they're burners. Mm-hmm. And I haven't done anything.
So, like, you just
I feel like something is going on.
Like an onslaught of followers?
Yes.
Huh.
Is that like, have I been hacked?
But
is
they're
somebody
real
posting
accounts?
something? Yeah, they're real accounts.
I mean, you're not super active on there.
I'm not active. I posted stuff from Mizzou on Saturday night, but that's it.
And that's what I wonder if people are seeing you post and now are...
But I just posted, like, my stuff with my family. I mean, it wasn't like a take.
Right.
It wasn't my Dabo take.
Yeah, exactly. I held up the phone.
Walk and talk.
Yeah, walk and talk. So I'm worried that I've been hacked.
Right. That's a fair concern.
Okay.
If you look at some of the people who have followed you, would they be in the world of...
I got some blue check marks. Okay. I got Metro Golf Foundation.
Yeah, so these would be people who, like, it wouldn't be like some random person in, Tarzana, California.
Tarzana, California is the hotbed of hacking.
There's also a spot in the settings where you can go and see what devices are logged into that account. So if you see some random place in Michigan is logged in, then you kind of know you've been compromised.
It's Tarzana in Michigan. You got to keep your eye on.
I bet they're just legitimate followers. Talking like you post one time, it gets a bunch of views, a couple of shares, and all of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of people see it, and some of them follow you.
You're meat and potatoes guy, so people recognize
that. Eating meat and potatoes.
Right. That's what your Instagram is. Meat and potatoes daily.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've been hacked, and I don't know what the hell I mean, at the same time, I kind of don't really care.
You just change your password.
Yeah, I guess that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if there was like a...
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Right, because it was like an
because
onslaught.
in my post, nothing has changed.
Right.
My most recent post is the pictures of us at Faroe Field and me and Stalter and Riz on the spread zone.
Right. Yeah, I would think it's probably nothing, but just to be safe, I would A, look at the user list that Chairman talked about, and then B, change the password. Okay. I think you should be good.
All right.
And then keep an eye on it, monitor it throughout the day, maybe throughout the week.
I mean, it's essentially I repost whatever you guys tag me and repost TMA's social media.
Yeah.
And then occasionally something from Columbia, Missouri. And otherwise, Doug, you know what I am? A gift depot. Well, that's what I am on Twitter.
Yes, you're a gift depot on Twitter, and then a reposter emeritus on Instagram.
I could turn reposter emeritus.
It's not bad.
All right. I don't know. I'm going to be like on Lana Rhodes when she was emotional.
Kicked off of Instagram, and I didn't do anything.
How about that impression of Lana
wasn't
Rhodes?
Bad. 92% accuracy.
From Jackson. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, can you tell people about Collier and Thompson and their phone lines that people can call in?
Yeah, I was just thinking, you're being stalked. Collier and Thompson will not stalk you. They will fix up your kitchen, bathroom, basement, any part of your home that needs a redo. Maybe you're tired of the same old kitchen, but you don't have the finances for a whole new kitchen, but you can go ahead and give Collier and Thompson a call. By all means, the number of partial kitchen remodels they do increase each year. They've also got those high-quality appliances. Maybe you just want an appliance. You don't want your room redone. They've got the Bosch, Thermanor, Wolf, Sub-Zero, all the top brands. and they can take care of you. I bought appliances there, and it's just fantastic how they do it. Collier and Thompson, been around a long time, been there since the 1950s, serving the St. Louis area. More than 165 years of experience among their people. They're electricians and carpenters and plumbers. They've got them all there in-house. This is not a place where you got to run to 5 or 6 different places to get the job done. All right there in-house, and these are people you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up the work. At Collier and Thompson, they stand behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always there available for you. You need to make some changes. Collier and Thompson, happy to do it. They want to make sure that you are happy, and you will be if you choose Collier and Thompson for your remodel. They're on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Doug, there are theories coming into what's going on with my Instagram account. Tim, it's probably Riz's followers trying to get your sports pick since Brisbane over 7. That comes from Clem.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Brisbane, Australia?
I don't know if there are any other Brisbanes. Brisbane.
Tim, it's probably Riz's followers trying to get your sports pick since Brisbane over 7.
Oh, Riz has been over 7. Brisbane.
Ah!
I assume unless he's got...
God, that was good translating.
Yeah, unless he's got like a Barrier Reef take.
Tim, you probably should change your password from I am perfect. That's from Eric in the Central West End. I think it was Doug who hacked your account. That's from the 618. Doug, did you hack my...
No, I don't have a whole lot of interest.
Doug struggles getting in his own account.
Hacking into your Instagram account.
Let's see. Then it gets into...
You see, yesterday, hackers...
Jackson, no, with a knowing laugh.
Hackers shut down some of the airlines in Europe yesterday.
Really?
If you get caught hacking, you ought to go to jail for like 50 years for all the problems you caused.
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean,
you and Jackson have a political take that's on the same page.
Yeah.
Look at this.
These people are modern day...
This is the United States of America.
Right.
Modern day pirates.
You got people working nonstop just to cause problems and steal money.
Yeah. Couldn't be... I'm with you.
Look at this. Look at this unity.
Very good.
You got internet security.
Queen Latifah.
It's the most important thing in the modern times. Secure internet browsing and
Email in about Doug and Jackson having an alliance. Jackson's alliance was Lex Luthor, and there was another alliance you created, and you stared daggers through Martin when he was critical of your editing.
Yeah, I can't remember. That all kind of blends together.
The program's TMA, Morning After, presented to you by Brian Krippen, 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour for Martin Kilcoyne, who's dealing with this onboarding process. Doug, he's year in here. But this onboarding, as you know, it's usually about a 2-year?
Sometimes quite a bit longer. Sometimes it goes the entire length of your employment in the place.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming up here on the program at about 10:52, I think. Riot's dad is the leader at this particular moment. If you are feeling sluggish on a Monday morning, that could be because of just not getting good sleep. Could be just your traditional Monday feeling, or it could be one of the symptoms of low testosterone. So how do you find out? Well, you get tested at Mentality. That's what I did. I did that about, a year and a half ago. Was in and out within 20 minutes. Super easy, friendly staff. And now you got your numbers, and that's what matters. Now you know where you are. And if you are dealing with low testosterone, Mentality can help you out. If you've seen a change, you're not quite yourself, you're struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love, if your bedroom could talk but wouldn't have anything to brag about, these are symptoms of low testosterone. So stop being tired of being tired. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's mentalityhealth.com. Get back to the guy you used to be with Mentality at mentalityhealth.com. Jackson, you got some stuff from the Colonel's postgame show that you want to share with Doug, because Doug didn't get a chance to call in this week.
Yeah, I want to start off with a super chat. That's where people pay to get their message read. And a friend of the show, Esteban Yan.
Oh, yeah. You remember him with the Cardinals 2003, him and Pedro Borbon?
He sweated a lot.
Yeah, he sent in a super chat message that I think people will like.
Esteban Yan says, when Meyer hit the 40-yard field goal, my wife's father and I embraced, and we couldn't help ourselves. We kissed. God, I love this show, man. It's literally, it's my favorite thing we do. I have so much fun on here.
So he paid to have that read.
Correct.
Well, how much?
God, wouldn't you think like $1,100 is about the right? Wouldn't you pay about $1,100?
I was thinking a couple bucks.
Yeah. Whatever it is, worth every penny.
Amen. ROI season.
And then the first voicemail he played on the post-game show was noteworthy, I would say.
All right.
Hoping that we've got some voicemails loaded, and I know this is everyone's favorite part of the show. The first one, we never know what's going to happen, so let's find out. Billy, if we can hit play on the first one, let's see where it goes.
Give me your fucking feet.
What is wrong with people?
Of everything I thought maybe could happen, that wasn't on my radar.
I can't say I was ready for that one. That one's good.
Doug, what's going on in the Colonel's postgame?
I nearly wet myself on the drive home when I heard that voicemail.
Give me your fucking feet.
It was the leadoff hitter.
Yeah. You never know what's coming.
They just play anything. Because of the
He doesn't
podcast.
know.
And
There's some guy named Billy, and I don't know who he is or what he's doing.
I want to meet him.
I do want to meet Billy as well. And they just play whatever. And so I'm confident with the track record of this wonderful program, Doug, that we're so proud of.
Yeah.
That our audience infiltrated it. I don't know if these are all our audience members or if now other like Gabe listeners are going, okay.
They're getting hip. I think they're getting hip to what the good stuff
and
is.
Everybody calls in to disguise their voice with like a bad Southern accent, and they're like guys from like Manhattan.
The Tiger Terry effect.
Yeah.
Give me your fucking feet.
Oh. And Billy texted Gabe during the show, like apologizing, and said something about screening him going forward. And to Gabe's credit, Gabe said the show would not be the same if we screen these voicemails.
I assume, as someone that works in production, that when they get these voicemails, they're just file names like that.
Yeah.
And when you get a random file name, it's usually like MP3 and a bunch of numbers. So it's not like there's no description of it. There's no transcript. It doesn't even probably show you who sent it. So you're just hitting buttons. And
But wouldn't
God
you have to be
bless.
somewhat careful in case something came out that
It's on YouTube.
It's going to
there's
put you in trouble, though? You could get in trouble with some things that people would say.
Yeah, man.
You think any like random like Mississippi State fans or
Hail State,
they check in and hear that kind of nonsense going on and think, what's going on up in Missouri?
Probably all the not. UMass fans will be checking in this week, I'm sure.
All 8 of them.
We got another theory on what happened with my Instagram account because we checked it. I am not logged in anywhere else, Tarzana or Michigan or otherwise.
Yeah.
Someone bought Tim some bots for his birthday so he'd get more likes. That's from JAC in the Michelob Ultra YouTube.
That's a thing you can do.
But these are like
Real
blue
accounts.
checkmark accounts.
Right.
Metro Golf Association.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the hell's going on.
Well, maybe they're finally getting more to your game.
What's my game?
Your golf game.
Oh, Metro Golf. Yes. Right. Doug, game recognized game. Hoes do too. Think about that.
Hose recognized game?
Clip that off.
Give me your fucking feet.
Oh,
so good.
Whose feet does he want?
Whoever's will give him.
Afraid of
I
this
assume
person?
Gabe's.
I was thinking maybe Cody's.
Why the hell would you care about seeing Gabe's feet? Jake in St. Genevieve asks.
Reasonable
in the Michelob Ultra
question.
YouTube chat. See, that's our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's meat and potatoes.
Right, but we don't kink shame.
This Cody's only a few weeks in, but I feel like he's already broken. He's ready to take the shirt off, but Gabe's the one that won't let it happen.
Come on, Colonel. If they beat Alabama.
If they beat it, they have to. If they beat Alabama,
no, they don't have
take
to.
it off for a second.
They don't have to undress because they won a football game.
What about like a plunging neckline? You know?
Well, that's different.
Okay.
We had a gentleman in front of us at the game on Saturday.
Topless?
Who every time Missouri would score, he would take his shirt off. So this might be like a thing. And my wife and son started engaging in a conversation with him, and he goes, "I'm a true son."
Hell yeah, I like this guy. Let's get him on.
Gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
It was like a kid. Was it a drunk college kid?
I'd say he was 21.
Oh, okay.
He had a Ryder Cup hat on backwards.
Nice.
And then
so he might say or do just about anything if he's wearing that hat backwards.
The hat backwards.
He's a real card.
And when they would score, he'd start to take his shirt off. Yeah! Yeah!
Love it. 2 quick things. One, you were correct. Every kid at Mizzou has the Beau Prabula haircut.
Yes.
And number 2, I encountered a guy I didn't know existed. The "it's third down," yell at everybody in your section to stand up guy.
Oh, wave starter?
It is essentially the wave starter of football. Like the third down would come and he would yell. And his shirt.
Now, see, I am standing up, but I wouldn't do well with the guy telling people to stand up, just like I didn't do well with the guy yelling at people to sit down.
Right.
Why, Doug? I'm pro-liberty.
You don't like to be told what to do.
That's exactly right.
Everyone stands up on third down, but like right as they get
Not
tackled.
the guy behind me was screaming F off to the other 75-year-old guy.
Very fair, but as soon as the tackle would have it on second down, he'd stand up, "Get on your effing feet."
Oh. How old was this cat?
Probably north of 33, south of 38.
We need to not be doing that.
You could have said 35-ish.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, but I don't know.
30s.
Yeah.
It's like Brown and Kruppen's 314-222-2222, and I just saved some time by not saying 222-2222. Terry Kruppen told me that.
I got to be more efficient.
Thank you. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up to TMA 101 ESPN. The website's IGotFloored.com for Michael's Flooring. Michael's been family and locally owned for over 30 years with locations in St. Louis and Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Go online at IGotFloored.com and you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's right, 3 samples free from Proximity Mills for Michael's Flooring at IGotFloored.com. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see a difference at Michael's Flooring. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring, 3+ decades in St. Louis, family and locally owned, priding themselves on getting people the best deal and the most bang for their buck. Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit IGotFloored.com. TMA 101 ESPN. Show's presented by Brown & Crouppen. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. All right, Jackson. I mean, with all the audio I asked you and Chairman Kurt to cut, pick what you want to go with here because, hey, it can be anything, too.
Okay.
What do you want to go with?
Francesa.
Yeah, I think it's the right thing.
Gosh. That's our go-to.
He's mad at the Jets coach, and that's always good radio.
All right.
First of all, I don't need Aaron Glenn. I'm going to tell Aaron Glenn something right here, okay? And I haven't been hard on Aaron Glenn. I've said nothing negative about him this year. And I'm willing to give him time. But I don't need a cheerleader on the sideline. I don't need one of these coaches who runs up and down with his team like he's still playing. You're not playing anymore. Use your brain. You're there to coach. You're not playing. So I don't need you jumping around and running up and down the sideline when your team finally makes a play. That is a coach who doesn't know what the hell he's doing. That's not a coach. I want the guy who's there thinking about the next play. And the folks who asked him if he's going for two, you're not going for two when one gives you the lead in the final minutes of the fourth quarter. You're not risking a tie game there. I'm sorry. You're not protecting yourself against the field goal. That's a loser's mentality. The idea is get the lead, get a stop.
Oh.
Get the lead, make a defensive play. That's the idea. That's what the game is supposed to be about. Not protect yourself against them going to definitely score. I don't have a problem you thinking that they can score, but you cannot play that way. You play for the lead in the final 3 minutes of a game and then try to get a stop, get a sack, get a turnover, make a play, knock a ball down.
Oh.
Of course, the Jets didn't do that. Why? Because they're losers. That's why they didn't do it. And he doesn't like the same old Jets, except they are the same old Jets. They're 0-3 again.
Giants are 0-3 also.
Yeah, tough.
Mm-hmm.
Mets are falling out of the wild card.
Right. Well, that's the idea.
It's the idea. Brady Cook was the number 2 quarterback yesterday.
Love it.
Luther Burden got his first touchdown.
Oh. Yeah, look at the left side of the infield over here. Talking about bust. I'm talking to Doug, and I'm talking to Chairman.
It's one play.
Yeah,
Wow.
well,
I didn't realize that was going on the left side of the infield.
Left side of the infield has been this anti-Luther campaign, and I won't stand for it.
I don't think he's ready to make an all-pro team just yet.
Well, they got to start somewhere.
We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and you'll pay no interest over 3 whole years. Call them at 314-334-2522 or go online at Universal Windows Direct. September is in full swing. Kids back in school, vacations winding down. It is time to refocus on the house and give the good people at Universal Windows Direct a call. This September, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus, get $500 off your entire home improvement project, all with 0% financing for 3 years. Don't wait. Lock in your comfort now. Call them at 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to book your free estimate today. Pay 0% interest over 3 years. It's Universal Windows Direct online at universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals Giants tonight, 8:45 first pitch. Mike McGreevy on the mound for the Cardinals. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Okay.
Email of the day.
All right. We enjoy that sometimes.
My spirit animal, Nancy Culp. Smart. Confidence, tweed jacket, spinster. That's from Midge.
Midge. Nancy Culp played Miss Hathaway in the Beverly Hillbillies. In case you guys are too young to remember that. Midge.
Happy Monday, all. I ran into Doug at the Blues and Brews event on Friday, as well as Anthony Stalter and Alex Ferrario. I have to say, all were very considerate and are very appreciative of the fact that I listened. Doug, I was the tall guy who talked to you outside the bathroom by the benches. My mom says you're her favorite on the show, and she listens every morning on her drive to work. Cheers and have a great week. That's from Dirk 3K.
Well, what a nice little email. Dirk 3K.
Was it better than Midge?
I think it was considerably better.
Oh, look, Indiana just scored again. That's from Danny Beefcake.
Danny Beefcake.
And finally, hope you had fun at the game. Wish I could have gone too. I know where you live. Go Oregon State. That's from Tim's 3-year-old.
Tim's 3-year-old.
Yeah, not happy that he was left behind. It's also 10:58, so that's a bit of a...
Okay, I'm going to vote for Dirk 3K with a pleasant little email.
I'm going with Tim's 3-year-old.
I got Midge.
It's tough to vote against the family. Yeah. Tim's 3-year-old has won. That was Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Tim's 3-year-old has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.